Good morning, distinguished experts, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of Build Back Better Surveillance Systems workshop, a collaborative effort between Tata Institute for Genetics and Society, TIGS, Bengaluru, the Global Learning Collaborative for Health Systems Resilience, GLC4HSR, and in order, the Health Systems Institute, Hyderabad, the convener for the GLC4HSR India chapter. Day 1 was exciting, set the stage with engaging discussions for the need of an integration and a new age surveillance system where methods, current surveillance practices were discussed, and we talked about data that would be available to us for analysis and how we can make it more comprehensive. Our inaugural session was graced by two very eminent speakers, Dr. K.V. Trilok Chandra, IAS, Special Commissioner Health, BPMP. He was encouraging, and his in-depth conversations, he said, whatever we planned around this workshop, he was keen to have actionable insights so that he could drive policy action. Coming straight from there, it was extremely encouraging. Dr. Anil Kumar, he spoke about the evolution of public health surveillance systems in India, 25 years and more, and highlighted the fact that these methods are being explored on a constant basis, and people are finding emphasis more so during recent COVID-19. We had an elite panel of people involved in the thick of wastewater surveillance and the different regions of this country. Amongst the many facets that they discussed about the inclusion of new age surveillance methods into mainstream surveillance. And they said those practices need to become an integral part of everyday and what we do with health systems. There were also thoughts about how we could scale this up and make it sustainable. We had a very active, interactive audience and discussants who provided a very lively interaction with and shared their insights on polio, One Health, both clinical and ecological. We couldn't have started it better. Today, just to set the context, we will further explore other dimensions of surveillance. In the session on data-driven surveillance, we will explore the pivotal role that data plays in modern surveillance practices. We will uncover how digital technologies are revolutionizing the surveillance techniques and what that means for privacy, security, and societal implications. Our next session will be on integrated surveillance platforms for One Health. Panelists will demonstrate how integrated surveillance platforms are reshaping healthcare, environment monitoring, and more. The final session will shift our focus to governance and policy. We will examine the challenges and opportunities presented by new age surveillance methods and discuss the importance of governance and reforms to integrate them. I have the privilege of now introducing the moderator for the second session, Mr. Kiran Anandam Pillai, CEO and founder of iDrishti, who is an advisor with the National Health Authority. He volunteers supporting to NHA, creating digital public goods under India's two large digital health initiatives, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, ABDM as it's called, and the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, PMJAY as it's popularly known. Kiran is a telecom engineer by training and was founding member on mobile, where he helped it become the public company. Has volunteered with UIDAI for the Aadhaar program and with the iSpirit Foundation on health style. He's the founder and CEO of iDrishti, which delivers high quality eye care from district capitals to village levels. iDrishti currently manages 12 high hospitals across Karnataka. It is indeed my privilege to have you on the dais. Yet another friend, Dr. Arindam Ray, India's country lead, immunization and surveillance, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, a medical epidemiologist with about 30 years of experience in public health management, particularly care population studies, disease surveillance and immunization. Following his tenure under the government of West Bengal, he joined the WHO organization in 2000. He was the National Monitoring and Evaluation Focal Person at the WHO Country Office, India, before joining Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in 2014. At the Foundation India office, he looks after the new vaccine initiatives, immunization systems, disease surveillance, and modeling. Gavi projects and polio legacy work. He serves as an representative for the Foundation across the various global and region immunization working groups and expert committees, including Gavi, WHO, and India's advisory groups on vaccines. What a privilege to have you here, Anil. I am going to read the CV, and I know that Dr. Harpreet Singh is on his way. So he will join the panel once he is in here. He is the scientist and head division of biomedical informatics and chief data officer of the ICMR, Indian Council for Medical Research. A computational biologist with experience in data management and machine learning, NGS data analysis and research management, Dr. Singh did his PhD in bioinformatics from the Jawaharlal Nehru University. I was just reading out who you are before you joined us. Thank you. Dr. Singh heads the division of biomedical informatics at the ICMR and the ICMR AIMS Computation Genomics Center. He works on organizing data systems at the ICMR and developing an integrated research platform. Dr. Singh's team has developed data systems for 23 programs of the ICMR and the ministry. Dr. Singh's team has developed and maintained the national COVID-19 testing database, which the country currently holds testing data of 800 million individuals, could be larger. Dr. Singh has published 116 papers, 14 book chapters, and 17 copyrights of the development software programs. Indeed, a privilege to have you here, Dr. Singh, this morning. And we have our co-panelist online. Can we see him? Is it possible to see him? Dr. Kirti Sundar Sahu, Senior Data Analyst, Canadian Red Cross. Dr. Sahu is a Google certified data analyst with extensive experience across working with Microsoft, Azure, Google BigQuery, GCP Python, R, SQL, GIS, and data visualization. Currently, Dr. Sahu is a senior data analyst with the Government Relations Department of the Canadian Red Cross, where he applies his diverse skill set to solve complex data problems. Dr. Sahu has worked on public health surveillance research utilizing next-gen data sources, which include data from the Internet of Things, IoT, and wearables. With skills ranging from public health, health informatics, health economics, biostatistics, to data science research, Dr. Sahu has published more than 30 research articles in peer-reviewed journals and has presented his findings over 20 national and international conferences. What a privilege to have you here, but sometime probably in person, Dr. Sahu. Looking forward. Yeah. Can we know that he can be heard?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can hear you too.
Good.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
And I have with me another friend, Dr. Raghu Dharmaraj. Dr. Raghu currently serving as the CEO of Art Park, a seasoned professional with career spanning 2 decades marked by the establishment and growth of impactful innovations and institutions. Art Park at the IISc is promoted by the Indian Institute of Science to foster innovations in AI and robotics, seed funded by the Department of DST, Science and Technology, Government of India, Government of Karnataka. Notable achievements including founding national initiatives in data collaboration with partners such as IISc, ICMR, Google, Niti Aayog, AWS, DHD, BBMP, and PSA. Dr. Dharmaraju has played a pivotal role in the pioneering of a range of AI initiatives, closely working with the Ministry of Health and co-founding the Trace TB, a significant national endeavor. His contribution extends to medtech innovations, particularly in the embracing of infant warmers, which have positively impacted the lives of approximately 1 billion babies, million babies. His extensive education, I wish we'll get there to the billion slowly. Maybe I said it early, but maybe it'll happen. Yeah. His extensive education background comprises of a BTech from IIT Madras, an MS from the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, and an MBA from Cornell University. Pleasure to have you with us. Now hand it over to Kiran to take forward. Yes, those mics are all on ready.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a Friday morning, day 2 of the session. So let's get going. I think we have a fascinating panel in front of us with a very, very diverse experience in using digital technology, large systems. So I think when we think of surveillance today and as we look at surveillance in the future, I'm sure none of you can imagine surveillance really happening without the use of powerful digital tech. But is digital tech, what's the real stage of this digital tech? What are the barriers to bringing all of this digital tech into play? And what are some of the things that we should be not scared about? We talk about AI with biases, false signals that could come in. So what are the things that we need to kind of watch out for? So I think what we'll try to do today morning is to try to hear perspectives on all of this from the various panelists. And without further, this one, let's jump right in. Dr. Harpreet, you have been, you helped build during the pandemic the large COVID-19 database in India, huge amount of data. I know that we couldn't have managed the database, the pandemic without signals on where certain amount of infections were and what was going on. So tell us a bit about what do you see as the surveillance systems, the current digital surveillance systems in place in India, and how is that kind of going forward?
No? Yeah. So yeah, it's an excellent question, and it has been asked in many forums. And probably you know better than me what is going on in the surveillance area. But sitting in ICMR, we are looking at data, particularly health research data. And my team at ICMR headquarters is involved in managing the data systems for various programs of ICMR, large-scale programs. So I can see that we are pretty good. And in fact, if you look at the COVID system that we have developed, COVID-19 testing database, and the other systems, the COVID and InsertLog and the NHT system, they all are pretty strong and have very strong interconnections as well, which is lacking in many of the other databases that we see worldwide. So we are very strong and we are moving towards that. It's an evolution which is moving. Technology is moving, requirements are moving, so our systems are also evolving. So things are pretty good, I would say. So if you want to specifics about COVID, I can discuss that because This is a system that we developed in, I would say, 20 days. I can say we conceived, developed, designed, and implemented in 20 days. You can understand the pressure COVID was having. So this was developed in March 2020. And in fact, I remember when my DG, at 5:30 in the evening, I was leaving from office and he called me. He was just coming from the corridor. He said, "Happy, Papi saw." And then I went back, and that day we worked till 12:30 at the night. So this is the kind of passion, and this is the kind of, I would say, commitment that we have, right, to develop it.
Thank you so much, sir. So I think I just like to put that in perspective because what COVID required was that every COVID test done in the country by any lab, public or private, and even small tests had to be reported. So ICMR had to build a system that you could actually collect this from all of it. I mean and I given I wear also an ABDM hat, just want to share that while this was possible in the context of a pandemic, if you were to ask labs to do this for every other test that they're doing, they're actually going to back off because the systems, they had to use two systems. They were using whatever system they're using from a software perspective for the test, and then they started also using an additional ICMR system to report the test back into the government. But without that, the surveillance systems could really have not got going. Please, sir.
This problem we faced.
Yeah.
The labs were facing problem of handling two systems, but then it was solved using this API architecture.
Right.
So we started communicating, system-to-system communication was strengthened. So it happened somewhere around June. So after that, everything is streamlined. So the labs don't have to enter data twice. So in fact, I am very much in favor of distributed data systems, so that we don't have to focus everything at a centralized location.
Super. That's the part I was wanting to go towards in terms of the design side. Dr. Arindam, I think you're the only medical epidemiologist on this panel today. All of the others are mostly tech in background. So I'm keen to understand. You've been on the ground 30 years plus, looking at surveillance in some sense. Tell us about how you have seen this evolving. And what more interesting, for me, is your views on what's your expectations out of digital surveillance systems, and how do you think that's going to go?
Yeah, thanks, Kiran. And the way Kiran introduces me is, another polite way of saying that I'm the only digitally literate person in the country. So please allow some forgiveness for that if I mispronounce or misuse anything digital. And when Harpreet says, I still remember our long drawn discussions between me, Harpreet, and Shakti that I was telling about yesterday on the entire central repository long before COVID started. Anyway, so for me, the shortest definition of surveillance is data for action. So collecting data just for collection's sake or just for some academic purpose may have some utility, but from a public health surveillance viewpoint, if it is not acted upon, then that data doesn't hold good and it actually consumes a lot of scarce resources. And there are different frameworks to evaluate public health surveillance proposed by different authorities. There is a 12 metric evaluation system, all of that. So one of the critical components of any surveillance system is data quality. So data being central to it, because if you go back by the basic definition, and I'm an honest submission, I'm kind of BBC generation, most of us, but I mean born before computers. And I don't have the competency to actually, learn all of those newer things. So I'm much of a brick and mortar pen and paper person when I started my political career 30 years back. So I have seen the evolution from a no surveillance to some surveillance to antigen-specific surveillance to integrated surveillance, and you heard from Dr. Anil yesterday about IHIP and the kind of, now you are hearing some kind of digital evolution that is coming up. So I'll not elaborate, but I'll just mention some of the surveillance initiatives that have been part of in different capacities at different levels, which we also need to keep in mind while imbibing lessons from them, so that we can build a robust architecture for a more futuristic surveillance, which will be agile enough to pick any signal to prevent future pandemics. So we have heard about evolution of basically IDSP, which Dr. Anil has elaborated nicely, and he has also mentioned what was not there and what IHIP IDSP combo is trying to bring in now. But if you remember, there was also a very HIV program in the 90s when we started working fresh out of medical college. HIV was, the first career path for all of us. And I still remember I started working for Dr. Farid Jana, and that was kind of very looking at a high risk population and then bridge population groups. So this was a kind of a very focused. Now, I mean, we are using so much of network modeling. At that time, those were kind of very nascent things. So HIV has a very long track record, and I think HIV program has a lot of lessons to offer. And the way their data system has also evolved. So I think that's one aspect to look at. Second, I would say TB, e-Nikshay. I think most of you might be familiar with. And this is a very comprehensive system, not just about case capturing, reporting, treatment compliance, but it also includes, digital payment system, which is essential. I mean, to think about public health action. So from case capturing to the end-to-end kind of action, enveloping all of that within one system, I think e-Nikshay might have quite a bit of lessons for other systems to emulate. And none of these lessons, I mean, as a student of public health, I think I need to highlight that may not be readily transplantable from one program to other, but maybe the principles that we can actually extract. And then, of course, what I would say that polio surveillance over decades have evolved and matured, I mean, which we call AFP surveillance, of course, has a lot of things to learn from. Basically, it's an exercise in what CDC calls shoe-leather epidemiology. It's a brute force. You are working on ground, as you have mentioned. But this has all the essential necessary components of what a surveillance system should be. Because it is always the objective, and one of the critical factors how you design a surveillance system is by the objectives. Now, polio was an extreme example because it was chasing each and every case because it was ensuring elimination or rather eradication of a disease, which may not be necessary for other diseases, for which you have a moderate control objective, or where you have kind of say signal identification objective. So depending on your objective, whether how intense you should go. But anyway, I think polio has all these components that we are discussing right now, I mean, post-COVID, they actually have incorporated them and implemented them with so much of fidelity. So there was this kind of, I mean, started with Sentinel side, but then extended into community approach and backed up by very strong genomic surveillance, environmental surveillance, which we talked about yesterday. And their data system also, I still remember in 97, it started with a simple filling up of its case investigation form. But then now you don't do that. It's kind of a mobile app-based thing. So of course, when we say, and one of our pre-discussions, we are discussing that whether we should mention the big data or all data, because surveillance is about data and digital is a tool to enable that. So I'll just, sum up quickly. In one of the recent studies I was looking at, so in 1970s, PubMed, if you search, had 277 articles on surveillance, and 7% of those are on public health approaches or methods. In 2015, there were 12,400 articles on surveillance, and 60% of those are on surveillance methods and approaches. So that's how it has evolved. And the recent development, of course, is fueled by the digital revolution, because technology has exponentially grown to offer you those many tools which were not there when we started all of this. Now, here is a trivia quiz for the audience. Before I just quickly lay down my expectations about digital. Who do you think, and when I say who, it's not WHO, who do you think reports or identifies the first COVID-19 outbreak? Who provided the news of COVID-19 outbreak? Okay, that's a good guess.
Myanmar.
Okay, it's a AI epidemiologist. It's an AI epidemiologist from blue.com. They first picked up news of clustering of unusual respiratory symptoms, which ultimately we tend to know or identified as COVID-19 in December 2019. This is awfully quoted. I mean, so you can find easily reference and literature. So I'm happy that today, I mean, you have invited me, a human being, not an AI, to actually have this conversation. Probably 10 years down the line, we had a vast conversation with AI talking to some deep mind or deep thought. Anyway, so my expectation, kind of fourfold. One is digital should enable the entire data pillar streamlining for any surveillance approach that you undertake under an integrated platform. Other would be clinical and lab, but then data is one of the most important. The second, I would say, so that is about the traditional surveillance system, but I think today's most of the discussion would feature around the non-traditional new age surveillance system that this digital has opened up. So, of course, I would like to see that how that evolves to actually bring in the triangulation of all those data sets that you're talking about, the unstructured large data sets from where you can mine those signals. The third, I think Shingura yesterday talked about letting go. You make something very successfully implemented in a control setting, but then as you hand over it to the ultimate implementer, to the government, then you lose that control. And though you know that, okay, you might be doing a little bit differently, a little bit more with more rigor, but okay, at least it's getting implemented. I see that letting go issue as more of a scalability problem. So even if you take what, we are doing, Farah is doing, suppose in Bangalore city, or Pune Knowledge Cluster is doing, and those are great discussions. If you take this as a kind of a surveillance labs, which are happening right now, once you start looking at them and try to adopt and scale, I think digital probably is the best option to ensure that scalability. Previously, kind of manual systems, and we can elaborate on many ways, but I think that would be my third expectation, that whatever we're doing now in small cities thing, that has the potential to be nationally, globally adopted to digital. The fourth, and I'll stop there, sorry to take much time, which is kind of foundations perspective on AI, that we are trying to go back to the first principles. So you have mentioned about biases inherent in AI, false signals. There are many concerns about data privacy, security, all of that. People have talked about, in 1995, David Armstrong talked about the surveillance medicine. And then Zhukov talked about recently, pre-COVID, about surveillance capitals. And then in 2009, Paulsen has talked about distributed surveillance, all speaking about some negative connotations about this digital thing because of these concerns. The COVID, of course, has given a huge opportunity, digital proliferation. But then why people mistrusting these technologies? Because some of them stay back, not for public health surveillance, but for the original military way of surveillance, from where the surveillance word is actually borrowed in health literature. If you look at Israel, the same tracking technologies they used for COVID, now using to track protests. If you look at the thermal scanning, face recognition, which was used in Myanmar border, now it is used for illegal migration. So of course, people are worried. I like to see a responsible AI framework to deploy these digital tools where you can ensure the stakeholder perspective, inclusivity, equity, access in alignment with foundation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful this one. And I really, I think, goes nicely into the fact that, Raghu, our next guy is CEO of Art part, which is the AI and robotics part. So I wasn't actually aware that the first guy to pick it up was an AI researcher. So it's great to see that it's already happening. So to you, Raghu, I'm keen to understand from your experience and perspective with working with AI, how do you see and what do you see as the role of AI in surveillance?
Yeah, so before we talk about role of AI, sort of a broad construct I would like to draw is you are collecting data, you are managing data, and you're making sense of data, right? Broadly. Now, AI is one particular way of, let's say, making sense of the data, utilizing the data. So I would like to first kind of zoom out a little bit out of just AI, and especially the way we think about AI today is AI ML, black box machine learning, right? So I want to kind of first go to a level of what broadly saying data science, right? Now, AI has a role to play in bringing together the right data to start with. Things like phone-based diagnostics, maybe listening to your cough, there are solutions such as this that are being developed, right? And making sense of that. Is that likely to be, are there particular signatures related to a certain type of disease or a pathogen that you can actually pick up, even if not perfectly, for an individual diagnosis that might be useful signal that can aggregate. So there is AI, the individual. Then there is, of course, data science in actually even managing data. Okay. So you talked about distributed ways of dealing data and doing. So a lot of the challenges of privacy, security, those sort of things, right, can actually be addressed using technology. Right? The challenges often that technology poses cannot actually be addressed by non-technical regulation alone. Right? You need techno-legal toolkit to actually make that happen. And part of that is things like distributed computing, confidential computing, things like that. Right? And these are big trends currently that are already becoming mainstreamed in businesses, big tech. It's about time we start thinking about that. The third, of course, is then making sense of data in terms of you have, yes, data coming in from individuals. You have data about mobility. We talked about an AI scientist picking up a clustering of, so Blue Dot picked this up, right? So you have climate, you have mobility, you have a lot of things that you can look at and pick up patterns and ask, what's happening there, right? AI often might not have the answer of why it is happening, right? Especially a lot of new mechanisms that are unsupervised in nature. They might, but at least it will call out that there is something happening. There's an right? So to me, AI data science has very broad. In making sense, I want to especially call out this area of what we call computation technology. As Anil pointed out, the number of publications in surveillance and adjoining spaces in public health has absolutely skyrocketed, which is wonderful. The real thing is going to be in the next 2-3 years, does it crash down? Right? How many of the great computational scientists are still giving their attention to public health challenges, mom and pop diseases that we deal with them like this? Or in a crisis, it's easy to collaborate, right? But we need to prepare during wartime. And this is what keeps me up, right? How do we really bring, because we had about 10 different AI, ML, data science terms this summer. Guess where most of them will end up going? And your guess is as good as mine. Any guesses? Where will most of them end up going? Yeah, they'll end up going to big tech, right? So how do we retain some of these best talent to really what we need to do. I mean, I told them that unless you can upload sewage and download water, right? Right. Data at the end of the day, for action, it's here. We are all biological systems. So yeah, I see very broad applicability, bringing data from multiple sources, and this is the sort of work we are beginning to do with the likes of Government of Karnataka, BBMP, Pune, ESS office, ICAT,
Thanks, Raghu. Before I go on to Dr. Keith, I had a quick show of hands I wanted in the room. How many of you are wearing either an Apple Watch or a Fitbit or something that's tracking something on your body at this point? So it's already a reasonable sample size, as you can see just in this group. And so think about this now at population scale, and so we'll go up to Dr. Keith up there. So Dr. Keith, you've been working a lot with IoT devices and then using signals from that at population scale for surveillance. So tell us a bit about your work and how do you see technology like this being part of surveillance?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the very good introduction. So it will be really nice to hear all those discussion about like starting from Blue Dot, AI, big data, IoTs and everything. So it will be nice if I can share my screen and show a quick presentation which can like visualize how those datasets can really happening in using real world data. So let can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Good.
Okay. So coming to my work. So basically like what exactly is data-driven surveillance in public health? So we can use different types of data sources. Like you already asked, like in the audience itself, they use different kinds of mobile devices, wearables, Apple Watch, or anything. So all those things are called as source of the data. So within that, if we go to there is a conceptual framework of like public health surveillance. What are the different traditional data source, then modern data source, then the next gen data source, out of which I'm focusing here on the next gen data sources, where we use like sensors, social media, images, speech, wearable data sets that may be structured, that may be unstructured. And there is a different kinds of like data integrations, like we can perform like different level of analysis that may be statistical analysis, machine learning of deep learning, like different AI algorithms. And the like findings can be delivered in a real-time manner in the dashboard itself, and it also interactive. So it has different advantages on top of the traditional or the modern data sources and analytics methods. So within those next gen data sources, we know IoT, which is a technological innovations where anything can be connected to the internet and it can produce the data. Within that sense, we are surrounded by sensors these days. Sensors like including like mobile phones, mobile application, wearable devices. And within those, there is a use case where I can show you like how those IoT datasets has been utilized in public health surveillance systems. Within that context, Canada was the first country to develop a 24-hour movement guideline, like how we are spending our full day. Basically, like for different kinds of age group, we have different kind of activities, maybe like 0 to 4 years, more times to like sleep. And in children and youth, there is a difference between like like physical activity, sleep, and sedentary behavior. And the productive age group 18 to 64 is a different combination at all. And the adult, which are like 65 years old or elderly populations, they have a completely different background. So within that context, if I'm showing like how we act within those 24-hour cycle, we go to different workplace, school, or community, like different activities, and how we can monitor how we are doing and how it is changing with different kinds of policy itself. So a healthy 24 hours, it should include like ideally physical activity at least 150 minutes per week, and sleep at least 7 to 9 hours of like healthy sleep, and sedentary behavior, because we are like more going towards like urbanizations and where sedentary behavior is very common. So there is a problem. First, the problem, how healthy are we in terms of like non-communicable diseases and the risk factors, that is physical activity, sleep, and sedentary behavior. So there is a recommended, but are we like achieving those level or not? In Canada, it's not. Like there is a huge problem in sleep, that is maybe in the duration, quality, or the like pattern of sleep. Similarly, physical inactivity, more than 3/4, like more than 77% of the populations are not achieving the level of ideal physical activity level, which is a big challenge. And similarly, sedentary behavior, like 50% of the populations are sedentary. So if we know there is a problem, but there is no mechanism to monitor it, so we can utilize the smart home technology in that context to monitor, measure the physical activity, sleep, and sedentary behavior, combinedly called as PASS indicator, according to Canadian terminology, as well as like WHO also accepted the same. So we can utilize, so our lab has an like inbuilt motive, like we should not create our own data set, we should use existing data sets, out of which we used smart home technology, which is smart thermostat. In Canada, it's a cold country where like every house has its own thermostat which can regulate the temperature, and within that thermostat there is a specific kind of IoT device which is smart thermostat, which is programmable, and all those motion sensors are placed within each home, so we can maintain the temperature of each house. And within that context, Ecobee, which is the second largest thermostat company in North America, second to the Google, which is the Nest, it has its own program that is called as Donate Your Data. When you enroll in that program, you can give access to the anonymized data. We don't have to share your demographic information, like what is your age, place, address, or anything. It has to be like population level. So it is completely anonymized. And the data has been shared to the academic and the research environment to showcase how IoT data, that is real-time data sets, can be utilized for different purposes. So coming to the data generations, so how those data being generated? The first thing is like every house has its own sensor which can generate every 5 minutes like how the person is moving within that house and what is the room temperature. So there are two kinds of information is coming up, that is temperature data and the motion data sets. So each sensor is producing like as the person is moving throughout the house throughout the day, we can say some of the sensors has been like overactivated and some of the sensors are least activated. So from each household, those data is being gathered by the company and finally shared with the academic environment. So what we do over here, we can see how much sensor is being activated within past 30 minutes or within a day, and based on that activity level we can nominate as it is a physically active, or it is a sedentary behavior, or it is sleep, or the person is away from the home. So within that context, these are the heat maps of a single house. Heat map of a single house, which is this data set is from 2019. This is pre-COVID, and each column is 1 day here. And within each column, we can see like 48 data sets. Like each 30 minutes, we can see there is a color combinations. So within that color set, we can see there is a specific pattern of when the person is going to sleep, when the person is waking up, and during like 9 to 5, the person is away. So those are all like on the weekdays, the person is going away, and the weekend, the person is at home. So those kind of informations can be collected from the smart thermostat data. And the same household, when we move to post-COVID timeline, we can see there is a huge difference. So this difference can be quantified at household level, even at the city level, province level, or at the national level. So we can see exactly like when the policy level changes happen, like we can work from home and COVID-related restrictions started, there was a huge change. This is the picture of March 2020 when the policy level decision started. You can see in the first 2 weeks, there is a regular, like typical feature where the weekends are completely different from the weekdays. Whereas immediately after COVID-like restrictions, we can see there is completely, there is no change between like weekend and weekdays, and the whole pattern has been changed drastically. So when we analyze those things in a graphical manner, we can see this is monthly data set, and this is for 2019 itself. So we can see on the weekdays, weekend, there is a complete different pattern, and by month also the pattern is very similar. But the same household, when you come to like post-COVID time, you can see the first 3 months, like January, February, March, these 3 months are completely related to the pre-COVID level, whereas the post-COVID, the home level, house level information is completely changed. So if we compare what we gather from our informations like the IoT datasets and compared with the Public Health Agency of Canada, like household level surveillance, those are completely similar. They like collected those informations by household level information, whereas our result shows that is very similar to what they did in subjective information. So what we did in our study, like before pandemic and after pandemic, what is the difference? The sleep duration has been increased at household level or at the population level as well, like 30 minutes. And further analyzing the data set, what we found out, the sleeping time going to bed is exactly same. Like before it was 11:15, now it is 11:13. Very minor difference, which is not statistically significant. Whereas the wake up time, which was earlier was like 5:47 on an average, it was increased to 6:38, almost like 1 hour difference of sleeping time. So these kind of informations was possible using IoT dataset, which was otherwise not possible using like traditional or modern datasets. So this was completely real time. This was completely like non-invasive. We are not going to the person's house and collecting those informations. So those are all like unbiased, we can say. The person is not aware that data is being collected. So the behaviors are completely like normal. So those kinds of activities has been like measured and monitored using IoT datasets. So this is my use case.
Thank you so much for that. So I don't know how the auditorium is feeling after seeing this. I am I'm too strong when I said,
I don't want to wear a device.
so I think it definitely does what we expected. It tries two things, right? So one is I am both impressed. So the future of surveillance is already here. So I think that's the takeaway one. And two, I think I'm also scared about what the future will hold and how this surveillance technology can actually be used and what are the purposes that it can be used for. So I think it's a fascinating thing. So while I think we are on this high of what technology can do, I want to just step away a bit to say that, at the end of the day, a lot of what we fought in the pandemic is also biology. And Dr. Arindam, one of the things that I am very curious about is, I think, before the COVID-19 pandemic, I had no idea how quickly variants could evolve. I really understood, and I think the world understood, variants and how quickly, all of these viruses are modifying themselves really during the pandemic. So where and what has really been happening? I've read about INSACOG, and I can see that globally information sharing on that has also seems to have, at least for COVID-19, was probably one of the best in terms of how different countries were also sharing information about what was happening there. Can you tell us a bit about what is the use in surveillance or in digital? Because tracking of it is also important. How is digital being applied there? Are you aware of use of tech in that space?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the digital part certainly deflects to these two very well, mostly. But I can say from variant tracking or pathogen evolution tracking is one of the key objectives of surveillance, any surveillance, whether you do digital or not. I still see digital as a tool to deal with more, agility and efficiency with a large amount of data set in a very quick, responsive way. So that's my take overall. Because if you look at pre-COVID and post-COVID for other diseases which don't do havoc with your everyday life, which are not of maybe pandemic potential right now, but you still do surveillance for the diseases because they have their own spikes and dips, and there are pathogens are evolving anyway. So one common example, of course, is flu. Because of this antigenic drift and shift, I mean, you need to track those. And there are so many digital apps tracking flu. And this is a necessity for the vaccine manufacturers as well, for both northern and southern hemisphere, because strain variance is there and you need to produce vaccine as quickly as you can. If time permits, we can go more towards vaccine development, how it influences. But one thing, this variant tracking to developing vaccine is previously it was kind of manually. You need to grow the virus in culture, chick embryo. Now it is becoming kind of decoding. I'm not just talking about flu, but I mean it's a generic kind of construct that you just share the genomes over internet and kind of download it to your manufacturing process. So yeah, so I think COVID, if we look at, so one of this flu tracker is, there are many. One was Argo, which was actually is a little bit improvement on the Google flu tracker, which initially has a lot of specificity issues and gave so-called false signals. Argo actually has done much better than Google in terms of tracking. So if you look at the volume, I mean, during the avian flu, they recorded 22,000 cases in 1 year. In case of COVID, on an average, there are 45,000 cases in a day. So that kind of overwhelming data set, I think, can only be processed, distilled to give you the signals, only possible through efficient digital technologies. This is one of the aspects, but for other what I'm calling non-pandemic disease also, I mean, as more and more in silico processes are coming up to actually identify those signals, that has also implication for identifying adverse events, and particularly the rarer adverse events. Now, this is very contextual for our country, because most of the safety studies lack the power to detect the rarer signals, because you don't have the numbers. Now, the clinical trials for efficacy, as you know, are much limited sample size, more primarily to look at immunogenicity, then probably efficacy. And those are not powered to detect safety signals. Now, even if you look at the adverse event tracking system, even system like say DRS or data links, over years of data, probably you can identify something. But here, suppose in India, if something getting implemented, either a drug or a vaccine, and there comes your billions thing, I mean, you are giving millions of doses, right? And simultaneously, if you have an efficient system which actually can pick up those signals, that would be huge, because we have that power to contribute to the global evidence base, because no other country can do it, because it's fragmented. No other country has that, power of large number, which we can produce. So from that aspect, I think also is important. And of course, the immune escape mechanism, people are talking about, original antigenic scene, all of that can only become evident if you track continuously. By very definition, surveillance is ongoing systematic collection and interpretation, which digital will help you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think since you brought up adverse events, my memory is that even in COVID, we did deploy when the vaccine was rolled out and adverse event system in India. So maybe I can ask Dr. Harpreet to talk about two things. So, sir, from a surveillance perspective, I think the one thing I learned about surveillance and how mobile technology can be used was track and trace with Arogya Setu. So I think globally many countries attempted track and trace. Arindam was talking about how it's also being used in Israel for protests now, which I was aware of. So, but do you see a future for track and trace in general in your perspective? And two, if you have anything to share on the adverse event tracking system and did that contribute in any way in India, that'd be interesting.
So I'll start from your apprehension that you just raised when Dr. Sundar was presenting. So digital technologies, I would say these are like nuclear power. So if used properly, it can solve many of our challenges and problems, but if not used properly, we have both the ends. So COVID, you say vaccination platform. So COVID, yes, it has done exceptionally well. So COVID is a very beautifully designed platform. And in fact, when it was designed, we were closely associated with the team because vaccination and the testing has to be linked. Then only you can find the efficacy of vaccination and all. And a couple of papers are there on the internet, and then this vaccine efficacy figures are also there on the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare website. So I would say COVID has done as a technology platform wonderfully well in tracking and tracing. Oh, sorry, you were talking about Arogya Setu. I'm sorry, I missed the COVID. So Arogya Setu is again a very beautiful platform. Again, we were involved initially when the systems were designed. And Arogya Setu, I would say it is 90% done, work done. 10% is still there, which has to be complete. So as I say that things are evolving, it has to evolve. So Arogya Setu initially was planned for just tracing the individuals who are in the vicinity of a COVID positive individual. And from where the COVID positive results were coming, those were coming from the ICMR testing database. So those were automatically seamlessly uploaded into the Arogya Setu system. And later on, they started giving this vaccination status and all that reports as well. So what I feel is that when it was launched, this Arogya Setu, we need to know the 10% components. We need to bring in the trust of stakeholders. So initially, people were a little bit apprehensive, including myself. If I'm going to install an app on my mobile, so I am apprehensive. I don't install generally apps on my mobile. But then the thing is, when it started picking up, when people started seeing the results, people started seeing the benefits of Arogya Setu, then it expanded, exploded, I would say. There are hundreds and thousands of installations of Arogya Setu. So this area we need to work on very closely. This is among the 10%. Second is the interoperability area, because there are many other systems which, if brought on the platform of Arogya Setu, could have bring in more value to this platform. So I think there is a very big potential of Arogya Setu in coming future pandemics, and we need just not finish here saying that COVID is over and we should stop Arogya Setu, which I am hearing in couple of arenas. We should bring in Arogya Setu as a version 2 for looking at many more diseases which are non-COVID but still going on as a pandemic. I'll give you two examples. One is this antimicrobial resistance, which is a big pandemic going on in the country. It is unheard pandemic. I know most of the presentations I give is a direct pandemics and indirect pandemics. So AMR is actually an indirect pandemic. How we can utilize this technology of Arogya Setu into tackling the AMR. Second is the mental health pandemic, which is again a very big unheard. We are not realizing we're sitting. In fact, I have been to some issues with the mental health of our health center. This is something that we are not admitting, that we have some mental health issue. So these are some of the areas we need to use Arogya Setu and similar applications and kind of bring it up as a second version of Arogya Setu to tackle these track and trace these pandemics. Yeah.
I think you brought out this word of interoperability. I think Raghu, in your opening comments, you talked about stepping back a little, that before we can apply AI, we need to find a way to kind of bring data, organize data. So, I think in Dr. Kirti's presentation, we saw a beautiful example of how, I never thought about it, but a thermostat company is bringing humongous amount of data that is pretty interesting and useful. The government of India has also recently launched, the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, and there's a lot of hopes that that's one of the ways in which you can streamline this access to data. So how do I know that you're working on many data-related initiatives. So tell us a bit about how do you see this coming together for you, and to talk about also a bit about challenges. I think we saw in my mind when we saw what Dr. Kirti presented, we saw a fairly well-baked product, as I call it. So the questions of what is the data source were kind of answered. To the privacy or the questions that, you talked about a policy, I think, Dr. Kirti, where the company had said that for set of purposes or for researchers, this could be used. The image that you had said that there is a donate your own data, which is a consent-based architecture for people to participate. Many things which I know haven't still come into play, even in a place like India. So having worked with data, tell us a bit about the challenges of how do we all want data-driven system for sure, but what do you see the problems in bringing this data together to make surveillance happen?
Sure. First, yeah, as he was presenting that, I kind of saw almost a creeped out look here on the face of many folks here, right? I think the first thing, the challenge there, that's the first challenge. How do we share data in a way that does not violate our privacy and security? Right? That's because essentially, without addressing that elephant in the room, we will really stumble. And as he was presenting, what was going through my head is, well, he has a map, he does not have your map. He has 1,000 maps, he doesn't know how it maps, how those maps are related to the 1,000 people who are sitting here. Okay? And in fact, the way AI can be with synthetic data and such, right? The idea is, I don't know what the right analogy is. Okay? You can actually create another data set that essentially has at an aggregate the same features and distributions of the first data set, right? And use that for the analysis. So the finally, when he does the analysis, it's all the same, but he never got hold of the original houses and the house heat maps. Right? So that is a type of technology that is quite powerful, and it will slowly come to play, and I'm quite hopeful about that. So I wanted to first mention that as the first step. Right? Second is, I'll use this analogy of you talked about ABDM, the standards, etc., interoperable. Right? You have so many different devices. All this data seems to have come from one company. Let's say there are 10 different companies. Right? Just like our EMR systems, we will remember ABDM for EMR systems pre-ABDM and EMR systems post-ABDM. Just because a new cylinder comes, you don't throw out your stuff, do you? Right? Your regulator is still the same, right? So that's what underpinning standards will help you. You have plug-and-play systems where it doesn't matter which gas company will deliver your cylinder, or tomorrow you switch to piped gas. To me, ABDM is actually like piped gas, right? We will actually have data coursing through our systems in a way that doesn't matter which hospital you send you to, they all will be interoperable. The third element is, okay, now we have data coursing through all this. Is that now data actually accurate, complete? That's a challenge you will not be able to solve through just operational data. Because I don't know, Dr. Reddy, if you were making copious notes and typing it in before, I know you're a cardiologist, right? You probably weren't doing that. You were trying, as overloaded doctors, you probably are doing the minimum amount of work required to take your clinical decisions at that point of time, right? And some situations, if you're trying to get it through insurance, right, after you have done all your entries, someone else at administrative level is sending some other package to insurance. right? So this may not actually always be ground truth or complete data. For that, medical and clinical fraternity always had this mechanism of clinical studies, right? And to ensure the data is correct. And that's the system we are building with ICMR to create high quality data sets. They are reliant on standards like ABDMs, etc. But there is additional care taken towards the specific purpose of data, saying, okay, if you are going to use these type of X-rays to do these type of diagnosis, what is the completeness and accuracy of data that's required? And can it be done in a hubs and spokes model so that data from multiple institutions, not a single place, right? And this becomes important because as we bring in AI-based tools, neither one place nor one-time validations are what do you say are a valid way of thinking about it. As pathogens evolve, you can't validate black box models once and say, okay, now we are done. It's not exactly like a drug, right? You have to keep testing it. Also, if you say, look, maybe Delhi lungs have 2 centimeters of soot on them, and so the X-ray algorithms that work in Kerala don't work in Kerala, right? Does this mean we are going to have AI solutions always that work everywhere only? That's an interesting thing to think about. You probably need a way to deploy AI solutions. What works for Delhi works for Delhi. What works for Kerala works for Kerala. Right? So it's a distributed and not a one time. And that's what we are trying to do. And here's where again confidential compute, etc. What we are hoping to do is in our roadmap, while initially, yes, we may have to bring data together for analysis and such, ultimately where we are going to use a distributed system, where there will be ways to actually not necessarily have to transport data, but instead imagine the AI agent comes, visits your enclave, learns your parameters, then visits his enclave, learns his parameters. And then there's an aggregated model that we say, this is our model. Okay. So to me, these are all the exciting things in the future. At the same time, these are not entirely what we say dreams. This is the sort of stuff we are working on. And I think COVID definitely changed our thinking in terms of what data can do. And my hope is we'll hang on to the data-driven, the power that data gives us, right? Without compromising our, individual privacy, national level sovereignty, and all that.
So I'm fully with you that when I think about the future, I can't see a world where this massive amounts of data is not being used for purposes including public servers. Right? Of course, like Sir was saying, it is to some extent a nuclear option, and I think the governance, and I hope that there'll be more talk on governance going on as to how these technologies will be actually monitored. But I would like to also come to, you talk about distributed learning of an agent visiting houses, collecting and learning from the data. I'd like to go back to Dr. Kirti up there. For your views, sir, on, I opened this thing talking about, and I think even, the reaction that we had was about, I'm worried about biases that could be coming in the data. I'm worried about even false signals, potentially that surveillance systems can throw up. What do you see or approaches or ways in which this is being addressed, especially when dealing with large amounts of data, Dr. Kirti?
Yeah, I agree with you. Like whenever it's come to big data, it's always have bias. So we give those numbers a meaning. So we have to be so careful during the whole process, like maybe starting from data generation, data integration, data cleaning itself, or even like the interpretations of the data. So it has its own bias, like inherent bias within itself. So we have to be careful, like where the data is coming from. For example, like in my case, like what I shown like in the presentation itself, who are the users of those smart thermostats? In the Indian context, I can say very big difference between like rural and urban, where the technology is being used, what kind of technology is being used. So that kind of data source can result in different kind of findings where it is completely biased. So that's the first answer. The second question is like the first question was who was using this technology, and the second thing is like is it the data collection and the data gathering from those specific community? Are we missing someone? Who are the vulnerable populations in Indian context, like tribal populations or the different districts with a very poor technological infrastructure or the resources? We can say maybe those things are coming up. So whenever we are like showcasing our results in the dashboard or somewhere, like we have to show the notifications, like no, it is not generalized to that one size fits all is not applicable in this case. So we have to be careful. There are so many ways to address it. So one way of addressing is uh, giving specific devices or specific variable to the vulnerable populations and collect those kind of informations for a specific time period and give them highest weightage and add them into the analysis. So there are several ways where we can improve those data set itself and even the algorithm, and whenever we are uh, publishing our result or showcasing our result during the policy making process itself, we have to take care of those parameters.
Thank you so much, sir. I want to keep some time open for the audience. So my last question, I would like to go to Dr. Anil. I want your perspectives on, do governments really want surveillance? My just 2 cents during the COVID pandemic, any district that was doing more tests was showing more positivity. And what I at least perceived or saw as the administrative reaction was to say that, hey, you're doing poor COVID management. And so the result used to be that they would withdraw and stop doing the as many number of tests that they were kind of doing. So it seems like more surveillance technically seen as, and the fact that somebody reports it may be actually seen as bad news. So what's your perspective on how governments in general sometimes view surveillance, and two, how do we create systemic incentives so that it is actually balanced out, where, because it is a public health good that is required, and at the same time you also want the right administrative kind of a response. So just your views on that. It's not a technology question, but something that's important in adoption of data-driven technology.
So very challenging policy question, and please feel free to add from your experience and wisdom. I'm just kind of thinking aloud here. So usually, my experience says that any government, agnostic of regime and geography across the world, lives in a denial mode. The things are not going back actually, until and unless it breaks out as kind of epidemic proportion. And every government, of course, will be interested to showcase service statistics. How many hospital beds they have created, how many doses of vaccine they have administered, how many kilometers of road they have laid, because those are usual development parameters. Now, when we talk about systematic incentives, we as a group here, I'm just trying to think of how best we can collectively advocate and tweak this negative connotation attached with surveillance, that it detects your flaws. It's to a positive story that actually showcases government's performance while doing good, better surveillance. One of the ways I think what Tom Frieden's group is doing in Resolve to Save Lives is they are bringing out stories of how many outbreaks we have prevented. That's you are flipping the pyramid on its head. Instead of saying that how many outbreaks have happened, because that's your detection mechanism, right? But by detecting those, you are taking public health action to prevent further spread and thus preventing further outbreaks and saving lives. And they are captivating stories of Nifa in Kerala. I know Arun did a fantastic job. From the CCTV footage, actually he identified the patient's referral chain from Kerala hospital. And that's how the Nifa outbreak investigation started. And it led to, so there is a survivor bias here inherent, because you only see what is visible. You don't see what you have prevented. And that goes with the original use of the surveillance as well. In the military, you don't know how many terror attacks our defense has actually prevented. You just know the attacks which has happened. So the question is, if we can actually capture and propagate these stories, that may act as one of the big systemic incentives, because you are, and there are, I think, at least, I mean, we have to be fair that though it took a pandemic, as Dr. Anil was pointing out, but there has been enormous growth and appetite in the government to actually see that they should develop. I mean, here, this evidence should not stop here. PM Abhin has spent, I mean, provided, if I'm not mistaken, 1.2 billion USD in building up UHC. Surveillance will be part of that, and this is all government money, and so that's a great thing. The second layer, I would say, but the nuts and bolts of surveillance are carried out by the service providers, right? I mean, the workers like us who are in the system or in the health facility at different tiers and layers. So how to incentivize their engagement? Now, if you ask a person to report 20 different entities with 20 different forms, which sometimes we do and continue to do, I mean, it's a burden. I mean, your first objective as a say, clinician or as a service provider to save patients' life, to manage cases. Now, in a busy outdoor of 500 patients, I mean, forget to, I mean, report those 20 cases through those 20. I mean, so, and here, I think the digital, but as well as redesigning the surveillance system in a more nimble, syndromic way, has the potential to make life easier for them. So instead of 20 different entities, if you ask them to report, okay, you just report acute febrile illness. So you make a standard, uniform, simple case definition, and then system takes it over. So once that fever cases are picked up, and here, of course, the HR, EMR expansion of those and generating auto signals, which then you can manage with your manual investigation process. But you also need to build labs. So IPHL, I think Integrated Public Health Laboratory Guidelines, which the government has brought out, has huge potential. Samsung is not in isolation, but digital has the potential to make the reporting as well as a lab information management, all these seamlessly being interoperable and make life easier for the surveillance compliance. So then, and many of the things actually get lost not because I don't intend to or I have been pressurized to, because it's a huge workload or who cares kind of thing, because my priority lies somewhere else. So if you can simplify that. And third, I would say, if we are moving forward to donate your data regime, which I'm very scared of, and if we are thinking of crowdsource, more and more citizen compliance, just not from reporting, but for public health action. So once your surveillance points to some kinds of a public health action, what you will do? You will tell, okay, stay home, take vaccine, or allow those insecticide sprayer to spray in your household, some public health action. How will I comply if I'm not convinced of the benefit of those actions, that these are not another, conspiracy or ploy to eliminate or discriminate? So anyways.
Thank you so much. We'd like to open the floor now for anybody who has any questions for the panel.
What I heard you saying is to get the database surveillance more effective, the future is about data collaboration. That is what I heard you saying. We have to collaborate different data and create a data collaborative, impactful systems. So, what do you have a policy or a plan for it, or anyone in the crowd knows about it? Where will I, as a consumer of this data, get all this information and can make it useful and participate also as a data provider?
Got it. So I'm going to flip it a little bit, right? I'll say that you can't be a consumer of data, you have to be a problem solver. Right? So then we have to ask whose problems. So let's say it is at some systemic level, there's some stakeholders, right? Be the city or the state or the country. If you take the example of, let's say, Bangalore, now you might go to Bangalore and say, hey, I want that data, this data, but who is going to grant that? Who in Bangalore is sitting and making, who is there with a window that says, hey, I have, here's the window, you come and get your data, right? Those systems don't exist. So I don't know about cost.
That was actually the underlying question I have.
Yeah, so I'm going there, right? See, now asking government to put out all data and share everything openly and all that, there are many reasons for which they cannot do. Valid and invalid. We can argue till the cows come home, as right. So the question is, how do we start making data shareable at least to us? How do we make data shareable at least to a set of what do you say, validated or credible users and providers of data and providers of solution? Right? That's the question. Right? And that's beginning to happen here in Bangalore through the best cluster, and Art Park is playing a role in that. Where yes, we are bringing data from various sources. We are bringing data from IMD, we are bringing data from IITM, Indian Institute for Tropical Meteorology. Yes, also we are working with BMTC and others to get mobility data. We are working with BBMP and others on getting certain types of dengue data. And we are trying to make it available to multiple innovators through research groups. But it's based on the sort of thing, generally the challenges that the system wants addressing. Right? And I see that this sort of close couple back and forth is what's required, right? Because there is no such thing as a blank, right? And I don't know about policy level, but we are trying to put in place meaningful mechanisms, ways that those couple collaboration between implementers and innovators can happen. And that's happening through collaborative initiatives such as BEST, etc. Right? And as far as Art Park is concerned, we are happy to try and be that bridge to whoever is interested. But ultimately, remember, those decisions are not of the bridge. The decisions are of the implementers, right? And so, if I say if there's one thing I hope I can do, I've always wanted to do is, how do you get more innovators to address the challenges we have today, right? With some level of urgency. So I think it's not just a data channel, it's a communication channel and a collaborative mechanism. That's where I want.
Thank you so much. We connect to you offline. I definitely want to be part of solution. I am just going to give a small introduction. My name is Anil. I am a Chief Data Analytics Officer for PharmaRack, which is e-commerce to insight platform, market research, audit of pharma companies. And we work closely with a lot of public health companies and organizations to help them to bring insights. And this data collaboration is something I'm looking forward across, and that is my agenda to be part of this workshop. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I would like to add here, Raghu just mentioned about policy framework. There are policies by the Government of India, and some policies are in existence in 2012. This is a National Data Sharing and Access Policy, and is set by DST. And then in 2017 or 18, the DBT launched its policy, BDSAP and all. And then there are a couple of policies from MIT as well on data sharing frameworks and all. And I would like to take this platform as an opportunity. ICMR is also coming up with a policy on research data management. We are not just looking at the aspect of data sharing. We are looking at it as a holistic view, where we are guiding how to collect data planning, data collection, management, analysis, visualization, and dissemination. So this policy currently right now is in the public domain for public comment. We'll be very happy to have your comments, because this policy is going to, I would not say entirely change, but give a shape to the health research data management in the country. Yeah.
you so much, sir. That was very useful. I'll definitely take a look at that. I was never of it. Yeah.
My question is with Dr. Sahu. Actually, I'm concerned about using this health bands and Apple watches. So what about individuals' data privacy actually? Because means you're getting all 24/7 information for a particular person. And what is the government? What about the government regulating such data privacy actually?
Okay, that's a good question. So basically, like whenever I present this kind of findings, always audience says, so big boss is watching, like 24/7 you are watching whatever like we're doing at the household level, like every home, every 5 minutes granularity, you have all the information. So that's true. But again, as I said, all the data are anonymized whenever it is sharing with like research organizations. But again, government and private, there are like two different kinds of entities where like we have different level of trust. So whenever we are coming up with like data sharing or data collaboration, it's about the trust factor. So irrespective of like your consent, for example, like Apple, they are collecting your data. You don't know what is the purpose of their usage of data. So even in your like unknowingly also you are consenting for so many aspects. So if unknowingly they are using those things, then if we can like there is a specific concept called as sick individual and sick community. Like whenever there is a problem of a single individual, we always feel concerns about it. Whenever it is coming to the community level, we think no, we should not share our data because it is breaching our privacy. But at the cost of what? We are also part of the community. So it's about like how responsible we are, how the responsible like the private organizations they are using our data sets itself. So in that context, I don't know whether I answer your question exactly, but it's all about like balancing between like who are the data producer, who are the data user, who are the data consumer. So it's really a big challenge to handle all those things.
And just like to add on that, as you might be aware, India just passed the personal data privacy protection bill, and I think it's an evolving subject. One of the things that it does say is that if you want at over time, right, if anything which has your personal data, if you are giving it to another entity, you will have to the entity will have to collect a consent with a very specific purpose and cannot use the data for any other purpose. But what's very interesting for India, quite different from some of the other markets is, and that's how we hope India will evolve, is that India recognizes this construct of digital consent managers. And so what that means for you as an individual is, imagine that you will have an app in one place. You will be able to go and say, okay, I have given the right to X entity to access my data. This is what they have. But very interestingly, it has a simple button where you can say, okay, I want to revoke my access to that. So the idea here is to kind of shift more power back into the hands of the individuals and also to put some controls over entities who have your data to say, okay, are you misusing or doing anything else with the data? It's not an easy problem anywhere in the world, but it is definitely a direction that India is kind of moving in. We have one last question that we can.
Thank you. That was a very fascinating discussion. So my question is for Dr. Anil and the group for you as well. I just have a comment for Dr. Sahu that I think the kind of digital technology we are being used in Canada, I think I can't see that happening in India unless everybody can afford an Apple Watch or an iPhone do that. I used to do that kind of work on birds, recording temperature in the nest, and their behavior and all of that. So I can relate to that. We call that daily activity budget. You talked about data is to be acted upon and also the quality of the data, which is fundamental to the surveillance, right? My question is that I'm not a public health worker. I've become one now in the last 2 years. And one of the big eye openers for me was that as long as the data is collected through a digital device, people have more confidence on it as opposed to when it is collected by humans. So like you have people doing surveys on the side. I do a lot of wastewater surveillance, which is actually a human collected data. You have RT-PCRs and all of that. I've been asked to do my curves for the melting curves and all of that kind of thing to show that am I interpreting them right or wrong. I think what do you think it would be very powerful if people who are contributing to the data, A, they are acknowledged. I think the power of GZAC was that it was a disclaimer was that how many people are contributing to those sequences and everything, and it's for global usage. And that changed the face of the conflict, how we actually use the data. Everybody uses that. You can download it anytime. But digital platform can also interpret or somehow a disclaimer how the data has been collected. You know, what you should not be interpreting as. So for example, have you used the normalization? What kind of data quality? Has it been daily? Or what could it have been if were you, say, collecting the wastewater every day versus only once a week or twice a week, something like that? I would like to see your perspective on that. And B, you mentioned the avian flu, only 20,000 cases, 50 million birds died of avian flu, and millions of poultry have been killed. I would like to know that why public health is only worried about diseases which are only have the potential to infect humans at some point, but not wildlife health. I mean, that's a huge component of One Health. I think hopefully we'll be discussed in the next session. But given the outbreaks and whatever we have happened, say in our country only, can AI or digital technology cannot map those sites where we should be having a red flag now? So even the season come or whatever happens, we can be prepared for any next event to happen. I would have to.
So of course, I mean, digital platforms can enable all those things what you are saying. I have a couple of kind of caveats into that. So if there is bias in terms of collection or even processing, digital also has the power to amplify that many folds. Then so of course those checks and balance need to be in place. And there is one dimension which everyone is talking about, which Robert personally alluded to. This black box AI thing. So there is kind of demand for explicability. I mean, what you are processing or what logic, until and unless that becomes convincing to the users who are not at the same maturity level for I think that would be required. I can say many things about this evolving digital platform, how those are helping. But of course, I mean, I agree on those points. I mean, but at the end of the day, I think whenever somebody is entering data in whichever way, until unless you are actually collecting from this kind of remote sensing or variables of those are kind of auto-generated or picking up. But if you are actually talking about, say, clinical surveillance or lab-based surveillance, somebody is entering the data. I mean, has to. So there will be a kind of a user interface, and there has to be that maybe even digital oversight. But I would also say there has to be some kind of a. I mean, I'm not supervised learning, but I'm saying there is a kind of a manual supervision system also. In initial days, I mean, these digital products used to have a triangulation with expert views. What's their take, which is getting increasingly absent because of the overwhelming datascape and everything. So, so anyway, I'm just saying so that will be required. On your second bit, of course, I mean, the tools can be used for, but you need some data, right? For doing the hotspotting, for doing the heat mapping. Now, where is the data? So okay, I mean, for oral cholera vaccine, there has been a lot of discussion. I mean, in the previous 10 years, and when I was in WHO, I was looking at. I mean, can we at least take an endemic approach to identify cholera hotspots? There are a couple of evidence synthesis papers, but you couldn't do that. I mean, if you are showing that Chhattisgarh has the highest cholera incidence than the coastal belt, that's what those data synthesis says. It's very difficult. I mean, how to do that. So of course, I mean, I still believe, I mean, we need to have some starting data sets on which you can have those learnings and you can actually build on your models. We are supporting the National Disease Modeling Consortium at IIT Bombay, where they are convening 15 institutes of academic excellence, and they will be combing through different data sets. The advisory council is chaired by Secretary Health, co-chairs at DG ICMR and Deputy Secretary. So, I mean, collectively, we have the hope that the government is very much interested, what you are suggesting, using, cutting edge technologies and in IIT Bombay, actually, the Quetta Center for Digital Health, who are kind of into big time into big data. All of them are part of. So, newer models will be applied for different diseases. They're also working with coming on AMR, and all of that. So yeah, I mean, probably we'll be seeing those, but I still somehow, currently I'm working on RSV vaccine. We have a very small scale surveillance in Maharashtra in a tribal way. Now, if you ask me, okay, bring in some brilliant models, which Harish Nair's group is doing, based on that Maharashtra tribal data, extrapolating it to national level, impossible. You can't do that. So, I mean, you need to have something on ground, right? Based on which you can run those predictive things. And then continually you can build up.
No, you answered a lot of it. So here's what I would say. Yes, you need data, but you also need to have a certain shared understanding of what one's priorities are. Right? Through COVID, we learned that by the time we test humans, it's kind of late. So it's clear that if you are going to build surveillance systems that are looking at only at human ecosystems, we are going to be in trouble sooner than later. Right? So hopefully we have learned that. Part of what we are doing, of course, is we are working on the animal health side too. Now, the big challenge for us is a lot of our systems are very siloed. They're siloed not just as human and animal and livestock and wildlife, etc. They're also siloed as TB, HIV, so on and so forth. Part of this is also what happens. This sort of verticalized funding, etc., programming was required at a certain point of time, right? But the world has moved on, but the programs and funding mechanisms have remained the same, right? So today, if you go and say, "Hey, I want to do this for avian influenza," right? This is not a criticism of any single entity or individual. I'm just looking at ourselves collectively in the middle. And stretching that analogy, we are all rowing. You know how rowing is? You look backwards and that's what you do, right? So we are kind of rear view mirror driving. That's what we are doing. Okay? So I think we kind of need to look forward and ask what are useful starting points. And avian influenza to me comes across as one of those things that actually cuts across ecosystems and hence presents a useful use case through which we build systems that cut across this ecosystem. So, but that's then my viewpoint.
Let's clarify forward. The 20,000 is for that Argus tracker, not for the total base. Yeah, for the Mark 2, I was on ground, actually drawing on a map, circling of the 10-kilometer radius, how many things I have to cover. Facilitated.
Thank you so much. I think a wonderful panel discussion. Thanks to all the panelists and Dr. Casey. I'm sure it's pretty late for you. Thanks for staying up and talking to us and an excellent presentation today. Thank you, everyone. The policy link is up there. Dr. Harpreet, what you said, qualcomm.icmr.org.in. I'm definitely going to be taking a look at that and I hope others will be. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to close this a little bit and say, can I still have you all on stage, please? 5 more minutes. We're beginning to say in stories we trust. But are we saying in data we trust yet? So some of those, just those bullet points that I would take away from here was, I belong to the BBC too, okay? But data for action, we are all gearing up to that. Responsible AI, where are we going towards that? Arogya Setu version 2.0 and surveillance that we are looking at, which is both visible and invisible. So many depths that we have not yet touched. You know, interoperability. We are talking about it, we have not got anywhere yet. We are still bringing in organized data that needs further action. Confidential computing. We really know how confidential it is yet. Distributed learning, we are making an effort. Finally, we are convincing ourselves to comply. Yes, in data, we need to trust. I'd like to thank you all for the wonderful session that we had this morning. And we have a small token of appreciation. Deepika, come on. May I request Kiran to give it to the co-panelists, please? And Arindam, I will have a longer conversation on this. Thank you so much. Lovely, grateful. Can I have Anil come up? Kirti, I will keep yours and we will celebrate.
Thank you.
Session 3 already. Can you believe the morning has begun and it's almost half done? The session that comes up is on One Health, and the debates can be many. And we will have a witness to us this as a part of the panel. That's a very illustrious panel who will talk to us about One Health and surveillance. I request Professor Sanjeev Kumar, Chairman, Managing Trustee, 3 Domains Health Leadership Foundation, an MBBS and MBA with 47 years of diverse experience in public health. Throughout his career, Professor Kumar has held significant positions as Senior Advisor at UNICEF, Executive Director of the National Health Systems Resource Center, NHSRC, and the Director of the Institute of Health Management Research, IHMR. Contributed as a lecturer, medical officer in the primary healthcare, Indian Army personnel. This I never knew. Professor Kumar's impact in reflecting his approximately 150 publications, presentations, and academic contributions. He provides valuable guidance to 5 organizations, assuming roles as chair and member, management boards, ethics committees, and more. I request Dr. Sanjeev Kumar to please come to the dais. Yesterday, his insights on polio and surveillance were something that could teach us many more about what we are going to do as we go forward.
Dr. Kumar is presenting, the panelists can keep sitting there, otherwise they have to turn and okay. So then
I will introduce the panel. Please stay in your chairs till Dr. Kumar has finished presenting his slide deck, and then please do come onto the dais. Dr. Anil Kumar, who I introduced yesterday and is not new to this audience, but just a brief for those who have joined us today. Currently the Principal Advisor of the National Center for Disease Control, NCDC, and offers extensive technical guidance to various divisions. Holds an MBBS MD degrees in public health from Banaras, and also has honed his expertise at the Johns Hopkins, Michigan University, USA. With 38 years of diverse experience, Dr. Kumar has contributed significantly to primary health care, epidemiology, international health, immunization, and leprosy. Throughout his career, Dr. Kumar has held key positions at prestigious institutions, including Additional Director General of Health Services, where he provided direction to the public health programs institutes under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. At the NCDC, Dr. Kumar leads the epidemiology division and has initiated the Epidemic Intelligence Services ERS programs. He also serves as an incident command at the Strategic Health Operations Center, SHOC, at NCDC. Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for being here this morning. Dr. Shivaranjani, Senior Scientist at Tata Institute for Genetics and Society. Can you please stand up and be recognized? Thank you, Dr. Shivaranjani. Her major areas of research, including rare neurodegenerative genetic disorders and environmental surveillance of pathogens. Recently, she has been awarded the DBT Wellcome Trust Alliance Early Career Fellowship. She has been working on SARS-CoV-2 environmental surveillance projects funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, SERB, and CSIR. Dr. Shivaranjani's PhD and postdoc from the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. Her PhD work focused on understanding molecular mechanisms of neurodegeneration caused due to deficiency of ALS-associated mutated proteins using knockout mouse models. Her postdoc work mainly focused on COVID-19 related research, where she worked closely in close collaborations with industry and academia. The main research projects were mounting the progression of COVID-19 through surveillance of SARS-CoV-2 in wastewater and air. Thank you, Dr. Shivaranjani, for joining us this morning. Dr. Sudipta Roy, I request you to be please recognized. He's scientist at Indian Council of Medical Research, has worked in the field of public health for the past 14 years with experience in healthcare research, surveillance, and program management. Having completed an MD in community medicine from Seth GS Medical College and KEM hospitals in Mumbai in 2009, he joined WHO National Polio Surveillance Program and Project in Bihar, during which he and his team detected the last 2 polio viruses in Bihar, which was the last of the baton of the disease in India. This was followed by experiences with FHI 360 as a technical officer, HIV STI in Mumbai, at the Astha project funded by the BMGF with Johns Hopkins University, CCGHC at Pune, BJ Medical College as a TB research coordinator. He currently works as a scientist deputy director at the ICMR New Delhi in the field of communicable diseases. Welcome, Dr. Roy. I have Professor Uma Ramakrishnan, Professor and Head, Outreach and Development, National Center for Biological Sciences. Professor Uma Ramakrishnan is a molecular ecologist. She spent the last 18 years trying to understand the conservation genetics of Indian endangered species. Using primary non-invasive samples, she and her team have tried hard to understand population connectivity and the fate of small and isolated populations. She's also investigating disease ecology and the emergence of infectious diseases. A senior fellow at the DBT Wellcome Trust Alliance, she has won the Parker Gentry Conservation Award in 2016, the Homi Bhabha Award for Science and Education in 2020, and the Molecular Ecology Prize in 2023. Indeed, a privilege. I'm glad to have a namesake who is so illustrious. Thank you. It's a privilege to introduce my friend, Dr. Vijay Gandhi, the Vice President, Medical Education and Professional Development at Continental Hospitals, Hyderabad. Dr. Yeldandi has an interest in orders of the immune systems and inflammatory disorders. For over 3 decades, he has been managing patients who have autoimmune disorders, undergone transplantation, as well as patients with HIV infection and other infections related to travel. He brings rich experience in the appropriate use of state-of-the-art technology with empowerment of people to take control of their own health by embracing salutogenesis, which is the formulation of health. A clinician, an educator, board-certified infectious disease, ABIN, and a clinical professor of medicine and surgery at the University of Illinois at Chicago. Faculty at the Public Health Foundation of India, wears many hats. He directs the Inflammatory Disorders Clinic at the Continental Hospitals in Hyderabad and is the Chief of Infectious Disease. Has received numerous awards for teaching, public health work, and leadership in healthcare. This CV doesn't do him justice, but I'm going to stop here because you will hear him speak. I hand it over to you, Dr. Kumar. Please step forward. After he finishes.
Thank you. There needs to be preparation done to receive renowned experts. So what I'll be doing is, before I talk to the expert, and I have been talking to each one of them, and each one of them is like an encyclopedia in the field they are working on. So they will.
Is your mic working?
I thought.
Yes,
Okay.
Volume.
So you can hear me at the back?
For online audience.
Volume बढ़ाएं?
Ask.
Fine. So each one of them, as I said, like previous panel, and I congratulate the team to have gathered so many people. And each one of them needs long follow-up, phone calls, briefing, and so on. And it's a treat for a person like me to look at the whole spectrum of what can be done to improve surveillance for one health. So I'll be giving you a few pictures, because pictures are, what do we say, 1,000 words or 10,000 words or whatever. Technology to the rescue. Yeah, and I don't want to scare you, but this is how the globe looks, and this looks at only last about 15 years, or how many outbreaks have taken place. And then I'll take you to 2005 years, 2,500 years of history of recorded pandemic, and many of these outbreaks remain outbreaks because they are contained where they started. I wish Wuhan had contained COVID-19, so it wouldn't have become pandemic. So that is the purpose of strong surveillance system. So you restrict them when they are outbreak, and they are restricted in a small geographical area. Otherwise, you have whole society paralyzed, lot of deaths, and lot of people falling sick. The systems get overwhelmed, not only hospital, the whole system. Social welfare and all civil services get overwhelmed, and every resource is diverted to containing the pandemic. And I often wonder, if you look at all-cause mortality or excess mortality during COVID-19, the figures will be many, many times more. Because a person who had heart attack couldn't go to hospital because everything was closed in the hospital, so he died at home. Children were not vaccinated during that period. People with cancer did not receive their chemotherapy and radiotherapy because the whole health system was looking only at COVID-19. So if you look at excess mortality, the figures will be many more. And why I am saying this, the importance of surveillance can be emphasized more when you look at all-cause mortality during that period of COVID-19. And we are looking at collaboration. And many people think coexistence is collaboration. Communication is collaboration, cooperation is collaboration, coordination is collaboration. All these put together come to collaboration, when everyone identifies the role, each one hold each other accountable for what has not been done and give credit for what has been done. And this is, and all what I'm presenting is given in the background material. So you can download the material. I went through it and picked up some of it for this presentation. So when you look at surveillance, you look at human health and not just the sick. You have to look at the whole population, those who are not sick. If they are aware, they will report early so that your surveillance will improve. And it will be timely surveillance. You can contain the disease where it is, treat the people early so that complications are less. So not just those who are sick and who come to the system. Traditionally, surveillance looks at only those who come to hospital or health system and they report on that. We need to go beyond and look at the whole population. Animal and agriculture, we'll hear more from experts on this. Most of the pandemics and all 5 pandemics in last 23 years are zoonotic, animal in origin. So you pick it up early when it is only in animal. Don't let it go to human and then human to human transmission start and then it converts into a pandemic. Agriculture, and we'll hear more on this from the expert. So you need to look at what they refer to as Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. Ayam nija paroveti ganana lagu chetasam udar charita nam su Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. The whole earth is one family, not just human. And that includes environment, water, and every other sector, water resources, air, all those are included in Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. If you don't know the original shlok, then you misinterpret in a very narrow manner what we mean from Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. Environment is equally important. And the complications of infectious diseases are exaggerated when you have air pollution and other environmental factors. You need to go beyond. For preventive and promotive action, you need to go to other sectors. To identify who is at risk, you have to go to other sectors. Health alone won't be able to deliver. We have many vertical specialized surveillance systems. They don't talk to each other. And we need to move into the box, integrated disease surveillance. Then only we'll be able to make a difference. Surveillance for what? And I heard in the previous section, surveillance for action. Decision making is for action. So I'll take you beyond decision making, I'll take you to action. And who's the most important person in action? Yes, please.
The individual.
Okay. The first person who reports is the most important person to take action. The person who is sick, because he or she has to decide whether to go to hospital or not, whether to report the sickness or not. Then the next most important person is who puts it on paper, not the decision maker sitting in ministry or National Center of Disease. It's too late. And for them, it is a figure or percentage of population. At the grassroots level, they know exactly Sanjeev Kumar is to be treated or another person to be. They are more specific. So don't keep in mind that surveillance is for action at the top level where the data gets aggregated. The action starts at the community level and at the first person who reports at that level. Window of opportunity. We have an excellent window of opportunity today. It's going to close very soon. And I'm glad you are organizing this workshop. And the National Center for Disease Control is looking at transforming NCDC. And many of the lessons we have from this discussion yesterday and today, and in the later section today, can immediately go and get implemented in NCDC and what we are looking at. And NCDC is looking at creating a platform for everyone else who is working on surveillance related area. So in the next version of NCDC, you will find that many experts sitting in this room will be invited to be part of decision making at national level, to be on one platform. So this opportunity, once it closes, it will hopefully never come again. Hopefully we'll never have a pandemic of COVID-19 level, but the stark reality is pandemics are happening more often. 5 in 25 years, 21, including these 5 in last 2,500 years. And the spread is much faster. You can go around the world in one day. Earlier, it used to take 1 year. You go in a ship, it takes you 1 year. So it's spreading much faster. Magnitude of the problem is much bigger. So with that, you have to be prepared. When you go for rafting, even if you're going for the first time, you are first told what happens when your boat capsizes. How do you get out? I got trapped under the boat and I was trained. So I could take a deep breath in the air pocket and come out and then look for others. So we have to be prepared before your raft capsizes so that you can save everyone with minimum impact. That is what I wanted to share with you to set the tone of the panel discussion. May I request the expert to please join? Is it okay we start from that end? So that Sudhir doesn't feel left out. Is taking the part. You have heard about Sudhir's expertise, and I will share another information which was not shared. He is one of the alumni of leadership and management program, which is done by International Clinical Epidemiology Network. It is an intensive training on leadership to take evidence to policy. So he has also been trained in that. You with your experience, long experience of working in ICMR, and ICMR was in the forefront both in the media and also in surveillance, including laboratory support from NIL to thousands of surveillance units, thousands of laboratories. So with that experience, please share with us what lessons we learned from your rich experience in ICMR to strengthen integrated surveillance to benefit the population in future. Over to you.
Thank you. So if we're talking specifically about the COVID-19 pandemic and the response to that, ICMR's role primarily when the pandemic started was to first of all sequence the virus, which was done in our ICMR's NIV, National Virology Lab, in collaboration with the headquarters. And then once we wanted to sequence, and it was the job was next job was to develop tests. It was like tests, so specifically RT-PCR technique was developed to detect the virus from swabs, right, nasal swabs. This, and then once this was done, we knew that only ICMR and its 27 institutes will not be enough to cover the whole country in terms of testing. So there was a technology transfer that was done in terms of inviting labs. The RT-PCR technique was given to all those who were interested, who applied to an UI, and then they developed it, and then it was commercialized. It was scaled up across the whole country. So testing, which is probably the first, or I would not say first, one of the first steps in the whole surveillance mechanism, testing and confirmation of the disease. If you look at the whole epidemic, the steps of epidemic response, infection response, you have confirmation of diagnosis. Diagnosis is one of the first major steps. So ICMR, it was primarily ICMR's role during the COVID-19 to develop this whole testing network mechanism for SARS-CoV-2, develop it, scale it up, and keep a track of all records. So hospitals, public health systems, labs, they were all reporting their tests and the test results to ICMR. ICMR maintained the database. You heard Dr. Harpreet some time back. The database of testing was created. And there was a dashboard that was created which gave a daily update about the number of tests and number of positives that was there in the public domain for everyone to see and use the data for any further research or further development. So this, I would say, was one of the primary responses of ICMR during the COVID-19 as far as surveillance, studying the surveillance part of here is concerned. The second role or the second job or task that ICMR did was conduct these sero surveys. You've probably heard of all these sero surveillance that we've done. There were 3 rounds of sero surveys. It started as early, the first one started as early as April or May of 2020. No, the pandemic was in March. And then there were 3 rounds. The seros, especially the first and second sero survey really helped. The data from the sero survey, as all of you know, are taken out from samples. They are not across the whole population. They're taken from samples. This is the definite sampling method. But if done well and if designed well, which these sero surveys were, it gives you can project it with a certain confidence limit to the rest of the country, the results. And the results of the sero survey actually helped the local public health officials and districts and state to drive their mitigation and immunization and other responses to COVID-19. This especially was helpful during the Omicron wave. The first vaccines came out in December, Jan of February of 2021. Omicron waves kind of started during that time, right? And the seriousness that was done during that period, the results actually helped to drive this whole immunization exercise. And because initially the number of vaccines, we all know, were limited because of production issues, and not issues, but the time taken for scaling of production. So with limited doses, who do you target, where do you target, who do you immunize, how do you immunize, that all the civil service really helped in determining those. And of course, and then as part of INSACOG, ICMR has been, since the starting, has been looking at the detection of variants, which the new variant that is coming up, if it's coming up in India, that has been detected. NIV again is still playing. INSACOG is still on, you heard something like that. We're still detecting newer variants of COVID, of SARS-CoV-2, and then of course the virulence come up, how bad they are. So all this was started as part of this INSACOG and is still being continued. So yes, so as far as COVID-19, this was primarily the ICMR's role as far as surveillance goes. I mean, there were other research and treatment and interventions there, but that's not what
I have another related question. ICMR set an example for the rest of the world by picking up isolating the virus and sending it to the industry. India became the largest manufacturer. We became the largest manufacturer of all other vaccines. We became the largest manufacturer of COVID-19 vaccine in a short period of time. How do you reflect on that experience, and we can take it further for other infections?
Yeah. So as I said, NIV sequenced the genome sometime in April, if I'm not mistaken, April of 2020, April or May of 2020. And this was immediately when EOI put up for industries, and Bharat Biotech was the one that was selected based on the different selection criteria that we have to develop a vaccine, and that's how this co-vaccine was developed. Now, Covishield that is the one that Serum came up with, was based on the AstraZeneca molecule. But even then, there was a ICMR's, especially NIVs as well as NIVs role in helping Serum also adapt the AstraZeneca virus vaccine out here. But if I talk about specifically a completely made in India product, so it was the Bharat Biotech co-vaccine virus. It was based on the strain that was detected by NIV.
Thank you, and we compliment ICMR and DHR for exemplary work done in this area. The next expert we want to listen to is Dr. Vijay Gandhi, and he is a person who has worked in agriculture, worked in animal health, for medical field. He's an educationist, he's an infectious diseases expert, and brings in a very good global overview of what happens from environment to animals to One Health and to human health. So from your experience, how do you look at how can we have an integrated surveillance system, not only for the diseases we have faced in the past, but any infectious diseases which may emerge in future?
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me this
Yeah,
opportunity
it's
to
my
come out here and spend time. It's been really wonderful experience listening to all the great work. So fundamentally, I'm primarily a clinician. I look at people who are ill and try to help them cope with their illness, but I also try and prevent illnesses. So it's sort of natural that you think about human pathogens, and like was mentioned, a lot of human pathogens have their origin in animals. They are zoonoses, so you think about that too. So, but then when you think about One Health, what is One Health? Very simply, One Health is integrating human health, animal health, and the environment, all three together. What I would like to suggest is we should also add One Planet. One Health and One Planet are two sides of the same coin. Any kind of a conflict leads to lots of disease. The Bangladesh war led to major outbreaks of cholera and refugee camps. You see the current war in Ukraine has led to a surge in food prices everywhere. There will be a lot more malnourished children globally. So it's all interconnected. So one of the things that we have learned is that nothing is simple in health. So reductionist thinking doesn't help. All of health is a very complex adaptive system. So you need to think about what are all of the different influences that are coming to bear on what is happening. Just for an example, about 30% of the patients who are referred to me for an infectious disease actually do not have an infectious disease. They have something else that mimics an infectious disease. And some of these are actually nutritional disorders too. Think, for example, how One Planet and One Health interdictate. A lot of people need livelihood. So if livelihood is not addressed by the correct policy, they are going to do something to have a livelihood, and that may affect health. Take, for example, pumping out a lot of groundwater to grow rice. That gives you a lot of arsenic in the rice from areas that have a lot of arsenic in the groundwater. Would you really like to be having arsenic with your daily bowl of rice? That's a question we should ask. It's very simple and easy to tell people, look, don't pollute the environment, don't do this, don't do that. But what do you do with the environment that's already polluted? Should we be paying attention to agroforestry? Because that helps rejuvenate the land and gives people a livelihood. They can eat the fruit, they can sell the fruit. So one of the first principles that we always like to think of conceptually is that promoting health, preserving health of any kind, human, animal, one has to consider the entire environment as one big continuum. So in a way, I think conceptually to think about it as that all of nature is like one giant quantum computer. It computes everything that you put in, everything that comes out as a product of that computation. It's very complex, and we need to pay attention to it. Simplistic reductionist solutions don't work. Now to come to the second part of it, this is all conceptual. So what have I been doing in India, for the last 25 odd years? Working primarily with the HIV program, working with National AIDS Control Organization, the National Tuberculosis Elimination Program, and state governments of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra for infection prevention control. On the one side, the science is not particularly a mystery. There are things that you can do to ameliorate the problems. What has been much more difficult is to try to get policies to be made that make sense And once again, to make policies that can actually be implemented, which means that you spend a lot of time and energy working with various organizations, government and non-government, to build their capacity to actually translate an abstract concept into a tangible reality. And that takes time. For example, I started working in the city of Hyderabad, teaching a lot of people infection prevention and control. I'm also a hospital epidemiologist, so for me, surveillance is part and parcel of my work. It's also an occupational hazard for me because people target me. So, listen, I started with one hospital, then added 2, then 3, and then little by little, and then with funding from the United States Centers for Disease Control, we finally took on 20-odd hospitals in Telangana and 20-odd hospitals in Andhra Pradesh. So after 30 long years, we now have in the state of Telangana a technical working group of experts to help steer policy for infection prevention and control for the entire state. So I think that the concepts that we think about of how health can be improved, how diseases can be prevented, bring together many different disciplines together. One of the things that we need to do a much better job at is persuading the political elite what is the best way forward. The political elite is not, shall we say, in any way less knowledgeable or less wiser than we, the cognoscent, right? They focus like a laser on what is politically important, people's livelihoods and how many people are dying. And if we don't pay attention to that, then I don't think we are going to be very successful, because all of what we are talking about remain very abstract notions that do not get translated into reality. Politicians actually have a very good intuitive feel for what one health and one planet actually translates into action. The other day I went to a convocation at a medical school, and already the politician there was start to talk about spending 500 crores to build a advanced tertiary level hospital. So they love the idea of building things that will create jobs and that create livelihoods. What we need to do is also to work with them and start building a shared vision of how this can be done better and how we can integrate one health and one planet together. So we need to work with them in policy formulation. We need to work with them in policy implementation. Again, policy formulation, policy implementation, I see as two sides of the same coin. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate what you said. And at the cost of repetition, I will re-emphasize one sentence you mentioned. Politicians, bureaucrats, and policymakers are as committed, as sincere as we in this room are. What we need to do is talk to them in the language they understand. And I've been taught and I've been teaching, if you cannot say in 1 minute to a bureaucrat or a politician or a senior technocrat, their attention span is very little because they have hundreds of thousands of things to handle. In 1 minute, if you can convey to them what is the problem, what is the way forward, what you want them to do. So keep that in mind. You need to learn how to talk to the politician and bureaucrat. And if they like, they will catch hold of your hands, Dr. So-and-so, please come with me, take to their PA and give you an appointment. Please come, I will invite other people who handle this in the ministry. Please come again on this date and tell us what can be done. So we need to hone our skills, not only research, but in advocacy. What do we say? And they call it elevator speech. You get into an elevator, the minister in Nirmal Bhavan is at the 4th floor. So by accident you enter the lift. You should be prepared. Not that you're thinking, sir, weather is very good, it's raining. You need to be prepared. If you come across the minister in the elevator, what do you say from 1st floor to the 4th floor? So that work we need to do, and I am sure you will also realize they're as committed, as sincere as we all are. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that excellent input. And our next speaker is Shivrajani Mohari. With your experience of working with academic, with industry, wastewater management, COVID-19, what do you think we can learn from environmental surveillance to strengthen the integrated surveillance system to benefit human population, but going beyond animals and environment, you can't isolate. So what is your message to us to take it forward?
First of all, thank you very much for having me here, Dr. Kumar and Dr. Sanjeev, for the introduction. As Dr. Vijay rightly said, One Health approach is an approach that recognizes that we don't live in isolation. We share our environment with other living beings, including plants, animals, and even microbes. And we continuously exchange the non-living components of environment like air and water with these organisms. So it's imperative that human health is highly influenced by these environmental factors, and even the vice versa is true. Now, coming to environmental surveillance is an unbiased approach by which you can get an idea or disease estimation at a community level by analyzing environmental samples. So yesterday we had a very good session on wastewater surveillance, and we got very good insights, and I hope we all are convinced how wastewater surveillance can be used for decision making with respect to community health. I will touch upon another aspect of environmental surveillance which is not much explored, and it is air surveillance. So as far as water is concerned, if it is contaminated, you can choose not to have it. But if the air is contaminated, you don't have the choice. You have to breathe the air in the room in which you are there. You can prevent it by wearing the mask, but then you need to know what is the baseline of pathogens or organisms or biodiversity that is there in different environmental niches. So air surveillance is an attempt towards that. So I'll talk again by giving an example of COVID-19. Yeah, with whatever short experience that I have had in my career. So we started, so of course we were doing wastewater surveillance at Hyderabad, and along with that, back when even WHO said that the transmission of SARS-CoV is mainly through contact or through droplets that settle on surfaces, we questioned whether it is actually that or whether there is contribution of airborne transmission as well, considering the higher number of people who were getting infected and also the patients who did not have any history of contact with infected individuals. And also SARS-CoV-1 and MERS-CoV, which are antecedents of SARS-CoV-2, they were known to have airborne transmission. So we had 3 experimental strategies to understand the transmission characteristics. The first one involved analyzing the air in high-risk settings. So that involved hospitals. So we went to different wards, including COVID wards, non-COVID wards, corridors of hospitals. At that time, this was during the first wave, and hospitals had very high caseload of patients who were hospitalized, and that was the high-risk zone, high-risk setting that we had. The other setting was closed room setting in which there was no perceived airflow from outside. Essentially, there was no exchange of air from outside to inside, and then we requested COVID positive individuals to spend some time in those rooms so that we are sure if we get something in the air that is contributed by the positive individuals only. So we have a level of confidence. The third setting was again high risk setting, going to the homes of COVID positive individuals, which was a taboo at that time. But we had a very good team led by Dr. Mishra, and our team actually went to houses of home quarantine COVID positive individuals, and then we collected air samples from different areas. So again, we had 2 kinds of families. One which were home quarantine, and others which actually followed quarantine regulations very strictly, and the positive individuals were room quarantine. So experimentally, we could see those families that were following room quarantine. In those families, other family members did not get the disease. Whereas in families which followed home quarantine system only, in which they shared the space and air with each other, earlier, for example, 2 from a family of 6 individuals, 2 were positive. The next day, they did not know they were positive, but other 4 were also positive in our experience. Also, another example is, so there were families that strictly wore masks, or the individuals who were infected, they wore masks, and even other individuals followed strict regulations. And again, this was confirmation that wearing mask is effective, and actually we could see those families which were wearing masks, other individuals did not have. Even there were cases when the infected individual was speaking by wearing mask, and we collected from that place and we couldn't detect the virus. So the point to bring here is that transmission of these kind of pathogens is very situational. So you cannot, if you don't detect the pathogen at this point of time in this at this space, that doesn't mean it is not there, because air is something which is dynamic, which flows basically, and also the pathogen load is very less in air as compared to other, for example, water, or say pathogen that is settled through droplets from infected individuals. So understanding the baseline of different pathogens with respect to this and something. So with respect to SARS-CoV, we do have some understanding, I would say, but this kind of understanding is required for other pathogens as well. And because there are challenges associated with understanding airborne transmission characteristics, if you look into PubMed, there are hardly 1,500 papers on airborne transmission of pathogens. So recently there was a paper from Lancet in which the group did association studies, because they don't have actually evidence-based studies, or the base to design such experiments are challenging. So there are association studies in which they concluded that countries which have higher concentration of particulate matter or pollutants of around 2.5 micron have higher antimicrobial resistance because they have higher pathogen load. So these kind of association studies are there, but now it's time to have some evidence-based data, and SARS-CoV was the starting for it, and we are hoping to do these kind of experiments or these kind of studies for other pathogens as well. Not only pathogens that infect humans, but animals and even plants, because like I said, we don't live in isolation and we cannot choose not to breathe the air that we are exposed to. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Jibril. I am again listening to you tempted. The front line for any infection or any health problem is where you win the war or lose the war. I've been in the army, so my apologies for using this. No wars are won in the control room, not in NCDC, not at state headquarters, not at district level. It is won or lost in our families. It is won or lost at the grassroots level functionaries. And you very clearly mentioned that what messages we give to the people. Give you an example, isolation. People waited for the report to come out positive, then isolate. The damage is done. The first symptom is the beginning of quarantine or isolation. Report may come later. At home, all of us had people. I had COVID, and I locked myself in the room. And fortunately for me, my wife had COVID the next day, so both of us were together. I was not isolated anymore. So, and it was the first symptom. Not report came 2 days later. But we isolated. So what message you give to the frontline soldiers and all families, the whole population is your soldier, supported by grassroots level functionary. So action has to be taken at that level for winning a war against infectious diseases. The surveillance again needs to focus on that. Surveillance for action, action at family level, action at grassroots worker level. Decision makers take decision only after data gets compiled and then sit in a television room or a place like this, and then take a decision who will implement. They will ask again, the grassroots level workers will implement and family will implement. So the message should go very clearly what needs to be done at the front line of infectious diseases and other diseases. Thank you so much for bringing
Just
it up
to
today.
add one line,
Yes.
even ICMR came up with the advisory later about airborne transmission. So we are happy somewhere the work was recognized, and even WHO later acknowledged its airborne transmission. So yeah.
These scientific facts need to be converted to a common man to understand and take action. Thank you so much. And then next speaker, all of you know very well. He is in 3 sessions out of 4. So how important he is, that underlines his importance. Sitting in NCDC, They are the fulcrum of any action on surveillance and disease control, not just infectious disease control, even non-communicable disease. Who's at higher risk? People with non-communicable disease. If they get infection, we learned in COVID. So they're looking at it in a comprehensive manner. And we have a person who is very senior, if I can use the word, if you don't mind, from one of the Hindi movies. He sleeps surveillance, he drinks surveillance, he loves surveillance. You know, one of the statements of Amitabh Bachchan in one of the movies. So he's the right person to reflect on what we have been doing in the past in various diseases, not just COVID, and what we can do to bring to strengthening integrated surveillance in future. Over to you, Dr. Anil.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev, for so many kind words. I will start with, one outbreak which I investigated. 2010-11, we had first outbreak of Penile Congo hemorrhagic fever at Ahmedabad. And I investigated that outbreak. And it was quite interesting, the way the outbreak occurred. And ultimately, at that point of time, we felt need for collaboration with the animal husbandry department and all the climate, importance of climate change. And after that, after 2011, we had many outbreaks of in different parts of the country. Since then, we at NCDC we are working to collaborate with the animal husbandry department. Of course, in 2011 outbreak also we get sample tested, district sample tested at Bhopal lab, and they confirmed the presence of the virus. So we are moving forward from there. Presently, under IDSP, we are handling many zoonotic disease under surveillance. We are now establishing Center for One Health at NCDC. We are already having a division called Division for Climate Change. We are working, but what all we are doing, the things which we are doing is more of a collaboration at high level, at a central level or maybe state level. And what we more need to do that we have to think about. Regarding climate change, say for example, presently we are having some centennial hospitals from where we are getting data on disease which are associated with climate. That is not sufficient. I would prefer, and I always advise them to take one district or two districts where you measure the various parameters related to climate, and then change or occurrence of disease. That is required, and this is what my previous speaker said, that we need to collect evidence. That will have many benefits. First of all, we will be able to prepare people for a particular condition which may occur. We can prepare our hospitals, and also we can give evidence to decision makers so that we can reverse the effect of climate change which we are having. So that is how probably we need to move, and maybe in future, we will have this type of surveillance everywhere at the national level, everywhere in the country. But what is more important, and which Dr. Sanjeev said when he was presenting, and this is the key word, and we must understand, and we many a time we forget this. Action should be at the lowest level. We are not doing that. At the individual level, at the sub-center level, primary health center level, all those levels we need to take action. We are forgetting in surveillance. And this is one important message which we should all have to go back and work on. We are forgetting. We are having national conferences. We are having discussing with the different ministries, departments, At NCDC level now we are having many workshops, conferences. Monday also we are having one conference with the Department of Animal Husbandry. But we are not able to integrate the health, human health and animal health at lower level. So what I'm suggesting, and definitely we will move in that direction, we need to have at least meetings of the two sector at district level. They should meet, at regular interval. There are many warning signals generated by the animal disease surveillance system if they have. Those warning signals are not shared with the human health. And vice versa, the human health side also, many warning signals are being generated but not being shared with the animal health side. Unless we start, having that type of integration at district level, even sub-district level, state level, we will not be able to achieve animal health what we want to achieve. So I think that is something very, very important. We need to, sit together, decide what could be the, warning signal from animal health side, what is the cutoff for those warning signals, and when these signals are shared with human health, what type of actions they have to take. So we need to, develop all that, a lot of work to be done. We are lagging behind in that particular field. I think that is a requirement. Now, climate change side also, at district level, the climate data should be shared with both animal health and the human health side. That input, should be used to take necessary action. In fact, I suggest that there should be at least once in a month meeting at district level from the officials of the three different sectors to take integrated action at district level. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm not leaving you so soon. NCDC is the nodal institution for international health regulation. And one weak spot I see in international health regulation is accountability at country level. If a particular country does not report an outbreak early, the World Health Organization and other international agencies and other countries cannot take timely action. What are your thoughts on strengthening accountability at the country level?
So the present system is that data which is analyzed at the level of NCDC, we interpret that data, and any signal generated is shared with the ministry. The ministry is responsible for declaring PHEIC and all that sort of thing. So that's a type of thing. But I personally feel that this system has to be further strengthened, and we need to take action. At a very early stage. Now, Epidemic Disease Act that has been drafted, and it is at final stage. So, Epidemic Disease Act, and I was having a meeting with the Additional Secretary last week only about this. So once that act is passed by the Parliament, then only we will be able to have a system where we will be able to take action. But of course, we need to have experts from different fields who are who discuss all these events and recommend to the ministry for further action.
You're bypassing my question. If a country does not report in time, doesn't let the experts from the rest of the world come and look at the data, what action should WHO? They don't have teeth as of now. So what your suggestions are to strengthen international health education and power of the international agency?
So that is a difficult question. But yes, I think if you are asking me that what WHO should do, what WHO has its own limitations, but WHO can have a group of experts from all over the globe. And of course, they are still having, but that type of expertise should be of different level. People accepted by everybody, because sometimes WHO experts their expertise are not accepted by every country. So maybe there can be some sort of forum where experts, independent experts, very well accepted experts are taken, and if they say something that is some put pressure on countries, surely that is one thing we can do.
Thank you so much. And the next expert is Professor Kumar Ramakrishnan, and she brings a very interesting background. She is an molecular ecologist. I need to understand also what that means. And she has a rich experience in conservation, genetics, and generating evidence to support survival of endangered species. So in pandemic, even humans become endangered species. So my question to you, you look at the whole spectrum. There are hotspots. But what are the hotspots? Where humans come in contact with animals, farming, dairy farmers, wildlife functionaries, and even migratory birds. They bring avian flu and things like that. So reflecting on your rich experience as an academic and working in this area, what do you think we should do to strengthen surveillance? And the person sitting on your left side will immediately implement.
Thank you so much for inviting me this panel discussion, this question. I just want to add a point to just mention that I think that about a year and a half ago, there was a call by WHO for an international group of experts to contribute to ideas on zoonotic disease. And I think Dr. Ganga Khedkar from India was the person who was eventually selected. The idea was also to think about unknown diseases, new and novel emerging diseases, and how data could be shared relatively quickly, because it can be a little bit of a tricky situation sometimes internationally. So I basically work on wildlife, and if you step back for a minute, 4% actually of mammal biomass on Earth is wild. 32% of mammal biomass on the Earth is humans, and the rest is livestock. So it's really amazing that so little proportion of this planet is actually wild. The rest of it is mostly humans and livestock, and you will then immediately understand ecologically why pandemics spread amongst humans and livestock, because there's so many of them. But I think that we should, before we talk more about that, I think we should also not be scared of wildlife. I think there's a lot of fear now that, we're scared of bats and things like that. I see it from a different perspective. It's quite amazing that bats, rodents, primates actually are able to tolerate so many viruses and bacteria, and that makes them very unique systems to understand immunologically, ecologically, how is it that they're able to tolerate such high without potentially being infected. The thing which is unique about India is that we have incredible interface. We still have biodiversity, despite having 1.4 billion people. We still have tigers and lions and elephants. Those are the large things, but also like 150 plus species of bats and so many rodents. We still have these around us, and they provide us exceptional services. Pollination, the water we drink, the air we breathe is impossible without nature. So we can't just say, all right, kill all the bats. That's not an option at all. We must, remember that biodiversity is critical for our survival. But at the same time, we have a very high edge, a lot of interface, human interface with species. And despite the fact that there's a lot of urbanization, in fact, the predictions are by 2050, something like 80% of 60% of India will live in urban centers. So that is a crazy amount of habitat transformation, which is ongoing and is going to go on. And so I think it's critical that we not only talk about, livestock and human health, but remember that land use, land cover change, planning, wildlife are also critical parts of this system. They are often ignored because they're only 4%, right? So they don't have a voice and they're not discussed much. So I'm just ranting, I guess. But I guess the point is that India provides a very, as an academic, India provides a very interesting space for us to study these associations. And I personally believe that spillover happens quite often. And it's only after it happens many, many times that it actually becomes an outbreak. So what we would ideally like to do is to minimize risk of spillover by understanding hazard, which is, what are all the viruses around or the bacteria around, exposure. Human behaviors can predispose spillover because of interactions at specific times when there's a share of virus, something like that, specific times with wildlife, and also vulnerability. We are more vulnerable to, for example, Nipah, death by Nipah than by COVID-19. So the intersection of hazard, exposure, and vulnerability determines our risk. So if we can minimize risk by understanding these, that would be really important.
Maybe I'll take away from surveillance for a moment and ask you a question. You mentioned that there are many animal species who are more resistant to some of the infection which spill over to us and we start dying. What can we learn from those animal species so that we are more resistant to it?
So I think this is a big question for a lot of people, not a lot, a few people in the world work on bats in this context. So for example, there are hypotheses that bats, because, so for example, look at bats, their body size is comparable to rodents, yet they live much, much longer. And so the idea, talking very colloquially, is that they have kind of conquered aging, and they've done this by kind of not like being immunosuppressed and not continuously immunologically responding to things, especially intracellular things. They seem to be very bad at tolerating extracellular pathogens like fungi and stuff. So the idea is that bats in particular are able to tolerate a very high, viral load and diversity simply because they're immunosuppressed. This is the idea, but there's a lot of research going on this right now, actively trying to understand bat immunity and what can we actually learn in terms of lessons for the future.
Thank you so much. You brought in a very interesting perspective. Biodiversity is important for the future. The mass of animals has been reduced to 4%, but much bigger. We as humans have always been taught in Darwin's evolution theory that survival of the fittest, humans are at the apex of evolution. No, it is like a tree. So every branch has some animal who have evolved over a period of time. If you stay with Darwin theory, you will eliminate all other branches only, and tree cannot survive. If you cut all the branches and leave only one branch with human on the top, that branch will also die. Thank you for bringing that perspective. We have a lot of wisdom and experience in the room. So now I'll open you to, don't have to just ask questions, but give your input into what we can take as recommendation from this group. Can somebody pass on the mic, please?
So, yeah. I think it's a very interesting, composition of the panel that I can see here. And when we talk specifically about on One Health, and what I felt, I think my question will probably be to three panelists, Dr. Uma, Dr. Anil, and Dr. Sudipto. We are talking here about One Health perspective, and we all knew that theory of COVID being released from, say, Wuhan Institute of Virology versus coming it from, a wildlife near the Wuhan market and then spreading everywhere. One of the area that was ignored completely That was, what are the other non-human hosts, where the COVID existed. And I'll tell you our own story. So coincidentally, as I also said yesterday, we are the only ones, so we work in all domains. So we were doing, so when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, a year before that, and in 2019 also, the wildlife, that is Asiatic lions, were hit by CDV. And there were a good number of deaths due to CDV, and it was a big, local issue and also the national issue in terms of politics and ecology both. So we were testing them for CDV and then being researchers, out of curiosity in early 20s. We also tested lions for COVID because we were doing this and we heard the vets, telling us the symptoms that there were a lot of fluid in the lung and some other, symptoms which they didn't expected out of CDV. So we tested them for COVID out of our curiosity and we found them positive. We also did a whole genome sequence. And nobody was ready to listen to what we were to say. And at that time, nobody in the world said that felines could be vulnerable to SARS-CoV-2. Versus from there to now, we have vaccines for lions against COVID. Okay. We also mapped other, because during lockdowns, if we interestingly look at, the restrictions being posed, we restricted the movements of humans, but all the other like cattle, buffalo, the dogs, they were all roaming freely, and we never bothered to see if can a COVID go to the dog, modify itself, and come back to humans again. So we've also done an interesting study on around 400 animals. And we found around 23% of them, they were positive for real-time PCR for COVID, including cats, including dogs. So the interesting question here is that when today we are, pondering upon One Health approach, we still have many lacunas to fill, when it comes to actual things other than human. We talked about human, we talked about environment, but during the COVID story, we completely ignored the third element, that is, the other cattle, buffaloes, and other animals. So I think I'll leave it on you to respond, all three of you, and that how we can have now preparedness, when we talk about building better surveillance system in One Health context.
We can take one or two more questions and then we respond.
Yeah.
So they took. Then we'll come to this side.
There are a lot of online questions.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me. So maybe after these two come in, we can take online.
Yeah, I will be quick. One comment on the IHR accountability. So WHO has initiated a process, probably so you are aware of, the Global Health Emergency Corps, GHEC. So which can be an instrument whereby actually they are trying to build up this kind of rapid response team from each of the country who will be instrumental in sharing data, initiating public health response and all of that. I think from India, NCDC director and then additional secretary, they will be the resource persons or representative GA thing. It's kind of Avengers for epidemic, a kind of concept. We are supporting NIV to do some genomic analysis for CCHF. So it would be great. I think I can discuss with you offline if we can actually link them to the NCDC surveillance effort, so that because without any visible public health response, that genomic surveillance would not have any meaning, and which also probably needs to bring in some kind of meteorological data and all of that. So that's a good opportunity. Shudito, I think we are discussing about 7 syndrome that ICMR is piloting as animal-human health interface. So probably if you can throw a light on the bigger audience. For Uma, just a quick question. My wife is a bird photographer. So what advice do you have because he ventures unsupervised into all the remote terrains so that she doesn't spread infection and she doesn't get home with the infections from there.
Who wants to go first? So
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Rishi. I think the theory that the origin of COVID was through a species jump is unfortunately still a theory because there isn't any reliable data. However, leaving COVID aside, I think there is data for other organisms or other diseases that we have zoonosis for thousands of years, and then newer viruses also being mutated. So I'll talk specifically about the ICMR. So ICMR related regarding One Health, with two distinct, I would say, approaches. One is the One Health Institute, which I think Dr. Anil also mentioned. This is under the being supervised by the Office of the Principal Secretary, multiple collaborators. CDC is one of the collaborators. The ICMR and ICAR, the Indian Council of Agriculture Institute, is coming up with this One Health Institute in Nagpur, which will soon start and be functioning. So that's one thing. And that will basically coordinate One Health research activities, hopefully in the country and in the market. Secondly, within ICM also there's a lot of discussions and project planning again for One Health, looking at different aspects. So we're talking to zoos, we're talking to bird sanctuaries, we're talking to the agriculture, animal husbandry department, Ministry of Agriculture is of course there, Ministry of Environment, all under central coordination by the Office of the Principal Secretary, and coming up with some surveillance mechanism to begin with. Response is a later stage, right? Surveillance mechanisms, integrating. This is what the One Health approach is all about, right? Integrating all these different factors. So there's a lot of stuff going on right now, and soon there'll be projects on the ground in which you have this integrated surveillance, at least at specific sites and places in India, which will start soon, hopefully by the end of this year or early next year.
So, responding to her, no, we are already working on that. I mean, we are trying to, collect data on a regular basis from different sources, including, domestic animals and even the wild animals. So we are moving in that direction. What is related, we are definitely moving in that direction. Regarding, see what is happening, we are expecting countries to share data, but countries are also preparing for biological warfare. So in this scenario, how can we expect that the countries are honest in sharing the different data? That is one issue. But of course, in any case, sharing data to the international agency, government health ministry, they have control, and I think they should have control on what is being shared at the international forum in the scenario. But of course, those who are not sharing data, there should be, and that is probably the only thing we can do is, some, body accepted by, of course, supported by WHO, accepted by different countries. They, take up this matter in different countries so that, we discourage countries to do that. That is all I think we can do.
That's it.
Just very quickly, yeah, I mean, what you brought up was a really excellent point. Like this, so many studies now which show a lot of seropositivity and presence of coronavirus across multiple species, right? I think that maybe one way to think about that for the future would be environmental surveillance is a really good tool, and combined with metagenomics, because you can pick up even though it's only 4%, even things which are in very low copy number could potentially be picked up. So some kind of, environmental surveillance space, for example, like we sample below batch roosts, we can, that's also environmental surveillance, right? So those kinds of approaches and metagenomics could be used to look at other aspects of reservoir dynamics, because reservoirs also allow for evolution of the virus. We're looking at, what are the new strains and so on. We're focusing so much on humans, and yes, humans are numerically dominant, but these other systems might have different physiologies, which will allow for a rapid evolution. So it's very important from that perspective. And to your question, I think wear masks before visiting strategy.
Thank you. My apologies. We won't be able to take more questions.
One more.
Somebody's on my head reminding me of time. We can take one
more question and one online.
Okay. So we start with online. You can read
Okay,
it out.
so I have Dr. Pratish Kiran, who's the convener Disaster Management Unit at the St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. And he has two parts to a question. One is the implementation of the NDMP, which is the National Disaster Management Preparedness Plan at national and state levels, and the intersectoral coordination for pandemic preparedness and its response. That's one question he has. And the second one he has is the dialogue with the various state governments in order to effectively look at ensuring development of coordinated preparedness plans. If not available to help various sectors, how do we get an integrated response to outbreaks? So they're kind of similar, but one refers to the NDMA and the other refers to the
Disaster management, preparedness and preparedness plan are made in all states and all districts. You may not be aware, but you need to find out. The district collector is in charge, CMO is part of the team, and the trainings are done very regularly in each one of the sectors. So these plans do exist. So wherever you are, you need to find out where that plan is, who you can check with your chief medical officer who can guide you where the plan is, what inputs they had given for that plan from health sector. But this plan is comprehensive, goes much beyond it. You want to add something?
No, you have already answered the question. Only other addition is that NCDC is also training in different aspects of preparedness to the state level officers and also district level officers. So that is also training.
Yeah. So
actually, I have a little one question concerning like our previous policies. Since Dr. Anil Kumar is associated with this thing since much longer. So we have seen like swine flu or avian flu cases previously. What we could not learn that time, and we are learning now. Like this is like in case in those cases we could have made like better effort, better process to tackle these kind of things, because time to time these outbreaks even happens now. But if we since like past 10-15 years I'm hearing these things, and in some point of time it was like during I think first time it was taken very seriously. Nowadays these things are even diluting. So what we are learning now that we could have done before.
So the learning is a continuous process. See, the thing is, technically we know many things, and we knew it earlier also, outbreaks also. But implementation at ground level, it's not one day job. So we are improving our system. We are having now better preparedness. And that will continue to have system which is more important. We have to develop standard system, and system cannot be standard in a day. So whatever we are learning, we are strengthening the system to respond quickly. Say for example, now in IDSP, we are in a position to detect an outbreak at a very early stage in real time, which we were not having earlier. And if we can detect it early, we can respond early. I think that is all we are doing.
Thank you so much.
So I have a last question for Maulik, and he won't let me live otherwise.
Yes, please.
Sorry for that. Dr. Anil, this is a question for you. Yesterday also in your NCDC presentation, you did mention about the creation of ABHA-IDs, right? The ABDM, PMJ ABHA-IDs. And today also Kiran did refer to a digital kind of ecosystem. How do you think NCDC as a strategy is kind of working with National Health Authority in kind of using that particular platform for surveillance? because that's more of an excess kind of post detection kind of stuff. But are any thought process going at NCDC level or even at ICMR level of having a big network of private sector who's providing care to kind of convert them into center insights?
No, it's a continuous process. IHIP portal, we are maturing the system. We have started the system is being matured. So whatever data available, whether it is ABHA data or any other data. So our what we are trying, and that is our policy, that whatever has related data available on any of the platform, so bring that data to IHIP portal and then analyze it and use it. So this is a process and it will take some time. Then we will be able to measure. So ABHA also, whatever information we get, that information bring to the platform and we use it for different analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not even.
I want to, as a chair, but thank all the audience questions as they've been moving further, and all the panelists were giving us insight into what has happened in the past and what we need to do in future. But I want to give one message: the day you stop learning, and we have experts from environmental area, your fossilization stuff. So don't ever think that you know everything. We are learning, and so is an institution. If the institution thinks they know everything, they have the last word, their fossilization starts, deterioration starts. So we have learned, and no one session in human history so far has been able to address all the problems, and then otherwise they would have got Nobel Peace Prize. In one session, we solved all surveillance, one health problem. So we are learning. We learned a lot today, and we'll keep learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Just to sum it up, biodiversity is important for human survival. And I don't think this can be a better channel to have debated that. And of course, I didn't hear about the tiger story, which I should have heard. But Kumar, at some point, we will like to listen to the tiger stories too. May I have Dr. Sanjeev Kumar give a token of our appreciation to our panelists. Dr. Uma.
Action.
Dr. Kumar. Anthony. Dr. Kumar, can I come after you? Dr. Sudipto, very good.
Thank you.
And Dr. Yeldampi. And may I request Dr. Ku to please come on. Request Dr. Ku to share the momentum with you, Dr. Kumar.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. I was just going to say that. I think everybody knows the protocol now. Come on, Dr. Commissioner, please come. Yes, okay.
Who else?
You tell them.
Dr. Mishra.
Yes, please.
Since you gave me class.
Thank you. May I request you to also reach Dr. You can come up. Okay, come in. So I have a pleasurable task right now of initiating what we always do something different. And the GLC is almost 2 years old today. So as an initiative that we do launch on the 1st of September, we're looking this year to bring together our first edition of the newsletter. A newsletter that talks about the networking of health systems, putting experts, practitioners, policymakers with a vision to build back and build better, more resilient health systems. I request Dr. Reddy to please come and talk about what the newsletter is going to be about, and Stuti to share the details of the newsletter.
I don't want to take time for the which newsletter is a newsletter. I think I want to explain what it is.
No, the GLC is.
Yeah, that's in the spirit of the same collaborative spirit. The idea is for all these collaborators and members and partners, as everybody said, there has to be a shared purpose. So if there is a shared purpose, and if you want to disseminate your ideas, your works, it's like a virus. If you release an idea, it's like a virus. You hope that virus infects the right policymaker, or the right bureaucrat, or the right researcher. Because everybody keeps asking, is learning just enough? Unless the learning translates to action. So how do you translate into action is, how do you share this idea? Whatever the pearls of wisdom that are coming out of the discussions, this is only a kind of a tributaries of the river joining back into the sea. That is the purpose. So the newsletter is a medium to communicate and inform what are the insights that are coming out of these learning journeys. So we welcome, I think, each one of you, whether members or non-members, just contribute to that in terms of the ideas. It's like an ongoing dialogue because it's just the beginning of the dialogue on the theme. Because as we noticed, a lot of questions we were not able to answer because still we are evolving. And this evolution has to continue, and that continuity is given by this newsletter. So I think we want you, all of you, to bless the future of this newsletter so that it becomes a useful instrument. It's not a Brahmastra, but Samastra. Yeah, thank you.
The newsletter is again one medium of storytelling. It's a focus of bringing together a set of ideas and thoughts, and it's also a call to action. And I will ask Kruti, who's the architect behind most of these communications, to share the sections that have been populated and to have the inaugural newsletter go up in front of all of you. Thank you, Stuti.
Thank you, Ma. So I'm Stuti and I'm a part of the communications team here. And again, to reiterate the spirit of collaboration, I have to say that this is a collaborative product. Uma is very kind to me always, but yeah, this is a product where we've received contributions from the internal teams and also from external experts. So I will just quickly run you through the sections. We will have an editorial here going forward. Of course, this is the first edition, so we bring out a letter to the readers from the editor's desk. We then will have a section on the regional update. Now that we are spreading into other countries, have about 4 country chapters, we think it would be good to dedicate a section on what is the biggest development in each of these regions. So we recently launched the country chapter in Bangladesh. So this is where you will find region-specific updates. A lot of you may not know that the GLC has a members portal, which is like a repository of knowledge products. registered members of the GLC are able to access that. So the idea to have this section here is to pick out a significant piece, a significant research paper that we've recently come across and uploaded on the portal, and to give out some insights, key insights out of that. This time, of course, a multi-country paper review has been done by Dr. Anuradha Katyal.
Recognized.
From Access Health. The partner speak section is in keeping with the spirit of collaboration. We want to reserve this section for contributions from outside the GLC. This includes the GLC member network and other partners. Dr. Farah Ishtiaq very kindly agreed to contribute to this piece at a rather short notice. This piece is on environmental surveillance for community health, specifically insights from the wastewater surveillance initiatives in Bangalore. This is what we are calling the Resilience Ambassador. We have about 12 technical advisors today and about 62 members. And of course, the network keeps growing. So what we plan to achieve through this section is profile each of these members in the editions to come. Under this section, we're trying to look at some of the work that GLC is doing in partnership with other researchers. This, of course, has been the bedrock of some of the technical work that has been going on at GLC4HSR, where the team looked at various models of health systems assessment, identified gaps, and have come out with certain tools and indicators that we can use to assess the resilience preparedness of countries. So this is a paper which is currently in the process of being published. Multiple contributors there. I'm not going to read out all the names.
But I can recognize Shimina, Sushma, Shrikant,
Maulik, Dr. Anuradha. You know you're there, right up there. So please
stand up.
Please acknowledge yourselves. Yeah. Thank you. We have certain learning, thematic learning, learning themes, sorry, at the GLC4HSR and sub-themes. So the idea here is to pick out a theme per edition and focus on that. And in keeping with the theme of the workshop, we have a piece written by Mehnaz and Sushma from Access Health team, which explores newer new age surveillance methods. People at the center is a section where we will dedicate any piece that shows direct impact of anything that shows impact, a direct impact on a community. So intergenerational equity within climate change, health relationships, lessons from the Tuvalu community. I had not heard of this country before this. It's a small country. It's a part of Oceania, and our a researcher at the Access Health International Southeast Asia office has written a piece on how this little fishing and agriculture community has had to deal with the impact of climate change. And lastly, this section is dedicated to events and announcements. Of course, we'll have a much detailed lowdown of this event in the next edition. But all of you, we have your email IDs, so you are inevitably subscribed to the newsletter. And we invite you, as Dr. Reddy said, to contribute to the newsletter in the future editions. Thank you so much.
I am looking forward to that virus effect for sure. And nobody who walks away without the virus, I don't think any of it has been COVID-free so far. So this is going to be an actionable thing that will keep coming back to hit your mailboxes. And please do contribute to it. Session 4 on building back better surveillance systems is about the integration of new age methods and, to cap it, the governance and policy perspective. We have eminent panelists on this session. And to moderate the session, I request Dr. Krishna Reddy Nalamala, President Asia, Access Health International, to please take the dais. For those of you who were not here yesterday, a quick recap. He is the President Asia of Access Health International, President in Order Health Systems Training Institute, an associate of AHI. And for those who were not, first time today only. Okay.
Conserve time.
Conserve time. Okay. So I'm not going to go through further on this one. And I will request Dr. Anil Kumar, who I'm also not going to repeat.
Yeah.
Because I did go once on his bio.
You should
today.
make him permanent member of Security Council. All panel.
The fact that he's taken a day and a half is indicated that he's already permanent member of the Security Council. May I request you, Dr. Kumar, to speak. I have Ms. Asha Jyoti, Policy and Advocacy Catalyst, Swasti, the Health Catalyst. Asha leads the intersectional work of responding to the impact of climate change on health and well-being of marginalized communities. I'll stop there.
Enough, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's an example set by my seniors. So
Okay. I have online with us Dr. Grace Achungara. She's the Technical Officer, Health Financing for UHC HCF and the WHO Country Office for India. Dr. Grace, please give me the privilege of reading through your brief bio. And I hope you can hear us. We'd like you to acknowledge that you are able to hear and speak to us.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Grace. Thank you for being here. Dr. Grace is a health financing lead in the WHO Country Office in India, where she supports the government's health financing reforms at the union and state levels. Previously, she served as the regional advisor for health economics and financing at the regional office of the WHO in Africa, and as a health economist at the WHO Country Office in Uganda. Over 12 years of experience in public health and health financing in Australia and in lower and middle income countries in Africa. Her professional interests include universal health coverage, health systems reform, health financing, policy, economic evaluation, amongst others. Prior to her career in public health, Grace worked as a medical officer in various public and private settings, including the Baylor College of Medicine, Children's Foundation Uganda, a pediatric HIV/AIDS care center. Thank you, Dr. Grace, for being with us this afternoon. Privilege of having our panelist, Dr. Yu Ku, Scientific Officer, Duke and US Center for Outbreak Preparedness and the Center for Regulatory Excellence in Singapore. Dr. Ku is a Scientific Officer with the Center for Outbreak Preparedness and a part of the Singapore Medical School. He's currently an advisory board member for the Asia Pacific Oncology Alliance, APOA, and is a medical doctor by training with experience in various clinical specialties, including infectious disease, nephrology, and cardiology. In public health, he was a clinical data analyst looking at population-wide healthcare outcomes in Singapore, and was previously a humanitarian aid worker serving as a medical volunteer in disaster areas in Malaysia. He also holds a Master in Business Administration, and his current role focuses on global health policies, health systems, regulatory strengthening for infectious disease outbreaks, and pandemic preparedness. I hand it over to you, Dr. Reddy, to please take forward the session.
Thanks, Kumar. It's kind of a post the lunch relaxation time. So this session attempts at summarizing the discussion that we had in the last 1.5 days. Because some of those potentials which were discussed, be it wastewater surveillance, be it digital surveillance, or the digital data utilization, and also the expanding concept globally of One Health. So given these discussions, and also there were a lot of issues, the discussions were coming out that we still need some more clarity, some more learnings as we try to integrate some of these technologies into the surveillance systems and building that better there. One of the things that did not come out because it dominantly focused on the pandemic and epidemic prevention, surveillance from that context. But if you look at from health systems perspective, the starting point of any action of the health system is linked to how we assess the health status of people. The health status is nothing but what is the disease burden, what is the current prevalence, and how it is changing. Is it growing, is it flat, or is it declining? And this disease burden actually leads to what are the health needs of the people, whether it is in the short term, emergency time, or chronic time. And this health needs assessment leads to the policies, strategies, the provider response, the payer response. The whole health system response is in response to this assessment of the health status of people. And the critical component of surveillance is to assess health status of people on a real-time, dynamic basis, because that enables you to respond, because one of the functions of health system is to be responsive to the people's health needs. And this responsiveness is linked to the disease burden. I think that was so one of the discussion did not happen in the last 3 sessions was that it just does not focus only on communicable diseases or infectious diseases, but it equally focuses on non-communicable diseases, mental disorders, the other aspect of health needs in terms of health. So in classical traditional terms, the surveillance may be focusing only on infectious diseases or notifiable diseases. But from a health systems perspective, disease surveillance includes the non-communicable as well as communicable disease, because they have a close interplay in terms of the response systems. Having stated this, that means the importance of the surveillance system, I mean, why it has to be made more robust for the health systems to be more efficient and effective. Some of the unsurmountable gaps that we have in the health, the disease surveillance systems, not only in our country, but across many countries. Even the developed countries, they are not perfect, as I think the COVID has demonstrated, that there is a learning for every country. It's not just a low income or the middle income country, but every country there is a lesson to be learned and to redesign. Because as we said, resilience by definition is not going back to the pre-pandemic state. If you are going back to the pre-pandemic state, that means you are continues to be vulnerable. So we need to build back better. I think that was the objective of this workshop, to explore whether the new technologies can address some of the gaps that we witnessed in the surveillance system. Not only surveillance systems, but the alert systems, the response. The second element of surveillance, which we focused on the disease surveillance, but there is now the emerging discussion that we not only have to focus on disease surveillance, but also the threats and the vulnerabilities. Because they have to be looked at in the context of threats, and because prevention has assumed much more importance rather than just response, rapid response. So given that, that means the surveillance scope has to be extended to the threats and the vulnerabilities. That means you assess which population is vulnerable for what diseases. Then your response will be tailored to that vulnerability. So the third scope expansion, I think there was a beautiful discussion in the last session in terms of there is an agreement that we have to be One Health. That means our thinking has to expand to One Health. It is not just human health. So in the same context, the governance mechanism has to change their conceptual thinking that health is not just the Ministry of Health. It is the government of the country, or the government of the state. That means the top leadership, either it's the Prime Minister's office or the Chief Minister's office, that becomes responsible for health of the people, of the animals, of the plants and the planets. It cannot be done by Ministry of Health. So this rethinking has to be done in the way the health system was taught as per the governance is concerned. So these are some of the context-setting remarks from my side in terms of what dialogue we need to have in terms of translating some of the potentials that were discussed yesterday and today into a national redesigned surveillance system. It cannot be done in 1 day or 1 year because each state is at a different state of evolution. Both whether it is a digital technology, whether it is molecular technology, whether it's what is state capacity. So it has to be, I mean, just like the soil has to be ready, Dr. Anil Kumar yesterday repeatedly pointed out, that the system has to be ready for us to integrate some of these potentialities. Otherwise, if they're not ready, that means you have to start with at what state the system is. And you have to carve out what is the roadmap to reach the target level of optimal surveillance system. That has to be customized to each state or maybe even taken down to the district, as you were mentioning, the mode of action is at the district level or the local governance level. So these are some of the thoughts in relation to what discussion I would be asking the panelists. We are fortunate to have panelists representing global health, Grace representing the WHO, of course, at the country office, with her experience in different countries in Africa as well as in India, with the financing aspect of how do we integrate these things into the national surveillance systems, because finance plays an important role. What countries have the challenges today post-COVID in terms of the fiscal balance, and also what options the countries have to finance a world surveillance system. So that's, I think, we will hear from Grace subsequently. Then we have a regional voice, beyond representing the Southeast Asia region and the Asia Pacific region from an academic institution, but he's bringing certain perspectives, how the regional perspective is important in the surveillance because the infections don't know the boundaries. And it has to be global thinking, it has to be regional thinking at a security level. So in that context, I think I will be asking him to share his experiences and some of the research studies that was undertaken as a part of the Asia scoping of where countries are. Then we have, of course, Dr. Anil Kumar representing the national public administration. So his perspectives on the challenges of translating into policy and governance. And we also have academicians, researchers. Dr. Shashidhara is there. He hasn't joined, so but he would have brought, I think, anyway, the previous sessions we had a lot of the innovators and the researchers' perspective on the surveillance systems. We have a kind of because most of these discussions, people criticize that we don't have the people's voice, the center of the health systems, the people representatives, and people who are acting close to the organizations working close to the society. So we have a civil society organization representative, I think, to bring the perspective of what people feel about these surveillance systems and what it means for them. So with this brief context setting for this session, maybe I start with Dr. Grace to give her perspective in terms of as a knowledge partner to countries, especially on the financing aspect. If, say, India were to take a policy decision, I mean, India has taken significant policy decisions which are very important from preparing the ground, whether it is on the digital mission side in terms of the data protection and the data security bill, the policy on infrastructure strengthening in the form of a B, and the policy on financial protection in the form of BNJ. Like that, there are, I think, multiple policies which are conducive to prepare the soil for bettering the surveillance system. But given this policy and also the financial assessment, Dr. Grace, I would like your comments in terms of what solutions or what options, policy options for funding the public health system, especially in general public health system, but more specifically the surveillance system. Dr. Grace, over to you.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon once again. Thank you, Dr. Reddy, and thank you for Access Health and the Global Collaborative in organizing this important session. I will start off by speaking broadly initially at the broader health system perspective, but then I'll zero in on One Health surveillance. So WHO, together with partners, we've synthesized a few principles of what sustainable financing looks like. And indeed, for One Health surveillance, you need to build sustainability into the financing agenda. A key cornerstone of that is domestic spending. While governments are able to mobilize resources from multilateral entities, whether in terms of donations, grants, or loans, at the end of the day, the backbone of sustainable financing is going to be domestic spending and domestic public spending. So in that sense, the government, both at the union level and at the state level, has to prioritize spending both for the health sector, routine service delivery, also routine surveillance systems, like you said, Dr. Reddy, both for infectious, but also non-communicable disease spending, surveillance, sorry. So that has to be prioritized, but also for emergency preparedness, that has to be done in a multi-sectoral way. What we saw with COVID, and of course, we also saw initially with Ebola when it hit the 3 countries in Africa in 2015, was that very much you do need to have a multi-sectoral response. And within the One Health framework, as one of the previous speakers spoke earlier on, the bulk of the recent emergencies has come from zoonotic spillover. And so financing therefore has to follow that, that paradigm in terms of the fact that it can no longer be just about the health sector. So when we are speaking about sustainable financing for One Health surveillance, it's not just about health financing per se, it's going to be all of government support in a sense whereby we are mobilizing cohesively in a way that reduces duplication, but also reduces the possibility of unfunded mandates across the government. As we've seen, we are looking at animal husbandry, pharmaceuticals, fertilizers, transport, fisheries, and so on and so forth. And so in order to facilitate that, one of the first things is going to be joint planning. You have to have your governance systems in place to build collaborative planning and surveillance going forward, and then the financing will follow that. So that is the first thing, to have collaborative engagement, ongoing, regular, and not ad hoc when when a pandemic or an outbreak arises. We need to have these structures institutionalized. And I think that is one of the areas that India can do better in terms of planning and financing, prevention, detection across the One Health spectrum. The other thing is, again, given that this would be public financing, then the public financial management system comes into play, especially in terms of how it enables reprioritization across sectors, but also within programs, across programs, when it needs to be reprioritized, the flexibilities that need to be built in to enable ease of funding, especially during an emergency. So that is another element. And of course, within the health financing field, there are certain budget structures that can enable a country to do that much better. We know program-based budgeting is able to facilitate governments to, one, to plan across government sectors cohesively, but also two, to build in performance measures to enable accountability for the money mobilized, and also to give that flexibility in terms of spending towards a more output-oriented approach. The last thing is, of course, to ensure that you have systematic mapping of the financing across the interventions. Again, this goes back to the joint planning, where you have maybe, say, a One Health strategy, but also joint annual plans that are agreed on by all, where then each sector is held accountable for their performance in those plans. Other things, of course, include ensuring sustainable financing for a motivated public health workforce. That will necessarily include things around how you incentivize the public health workforce around for surveillance, especially in hard to reach areas at the community level, how you ensure synergies between different public health surveillance cadres. So at the moment, as we know, in many countries, these surveillance systems are very much siloed. And yet, when it is time for an outbreak, you do need to have exchange of information in a ready manner. So how you build that in, what financing levers you use is also critical. And those are also very much context specific. So I'll stop there for now, sir. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Grace. I think bringing out some of the critical aspects of the financial, especially the public health financial management systems, the flexibility that is required in terms of the response and more efficiency. But since the discourse is changing, that health should not be looked at as an expense. It should be looked at as a goal of economics. So, because most of the budget decisions or financing decisions are based on the economic evaluation of health expenditure. But the recent discourse from the financial circle, global financial circle, is no country should look at health as an expense. It has to be looked at as a goal. Whatever be the expense. Given the $7 trillion economic impact of the COVID pandemic, I think this statement is, so given this statement, is there a thinking in the government circles looking at health not as an expense but as a goal? Grace, would you like to answer this?
Thank you so much. So I have not been privy to the government discussions in terms of One Health spending, and particularly health as a goal, where the discussions that we have been in still are more at health as a conduit to building sustainable development. So in terms of framing, I think maybe there is scope for the health sector and stakeholders therein to maybe come together in terms of how we reframe it as more an investment as an end in itself, rather than as a means to a broader end in terms of development and the pathways that are necessary for that as well. What I can also say is that in the past, there's been some sort of thinking around development of an investment case, not just for UHC per se, but one that also looks at the synergies between UHC and global health security. And now that we are seeing the more and more the importance of One Health, one that takes a holistic approach to the whole notion of health. Thus far, I don't think there's an entity that has really done that kind of systematic work in terms of modeling. I do know that while in my past life, while I was at the regional office in WHO in Africa, we attempted to do an investment case only for health security. But I think maybe it's time for us as a sector, whether at national level or at global level, to articulate more clearly the investment case for health. Yeah.
Thanks, Grace, I think, for re-emphasizing that fact. From the global perspective and the financing perspective, I think I'll move on to the regional perspective. Dr. Yon, would you like to share your experiences and the research findings related to the regional space? Yeah. If you can help. Okay.
Next slide. All right. Thanks everyone. Hello. Thanks everyone. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present. Not only to present, but also to learn from our panelists and also the participants. And again, thank you for hosting me at this beautiful campus. So I took a walk yesterday. It's really beautiful campus until I saw the beware of the snake sign. So I quickly went back to my room. I'm here today to really share about the regional perspectives on the work we do at the Center for Outbreak Preparedness. We host the Asian Pathogen Genomics Initiative, which you might know is basically the sister of the Africa PGI, seeded by the Gates Foundation. And our work for the past year has been really looking at the status of pathogen genomic surveillance. So the focus of us is really genomic sequencing for pathogen. As we know, Asia has been really a hotbed for emerging infectious diseases, novel and known pathogens as well. And these slides really show that what are the hotspots of Asia, but if you look at the number of sequences and sequences updated into the international databases, Asia has been one of the lowest compared to the Western countries, and this really highlights the capacity-wise on our side. And what can we do to increase this capacity? This is usually what our mandate is for. So our aim is really to strengthen the capacity of PGS for infectious disease in the region, and of course, we have multiple ways of doing that. One is partnerships. We really believe in regional partnerships and of course, learning collaborations like this Access Health and GLC4HSR, and of course, capacity development. Again, most of the work is really done by lab technicians, epidemiologists, health workers, etc. So I think a lot of work has to be done to increase capacity, building capacity. But aside from the technical areas of pathogen surveillance, there's this area about enabling environment. What are the national planning designs, the policies, the governance, legal frameworks, data sharing, code transfers, IP transfer, etc. So these are all the issues that we try to look at as well. And last but not least, some bit on monitoring and research. How do we monitor the capacity of the countries in the region in terms of their genomic sequencing capacity, in terms of their bioinformatics capacity? So these are all very, very important measures that we want to look at. So we really work across the region, but in Singapore, as you can see on the top right corner, we work with multiple institutions within Duke NUS. We work with our emerging infectious disease program, the Global Health Institute, the HSSR, Resource Systems Research, and of course the Regulatory Excellence Hub. Outside Duke NUS, we work with NUS in terms of the law, CIL, of course the Public Health School. Of course, Bioinformatics Institute is our important partner in terms of looking at the bioinformatics capacity of the region. And of course, other institutions, NPHL and the Prepare Initiative. And at the bottom right, you can see we also work closely with industry partners, which basically are just a handful that has manufacturing genomic sequencing equipment, kits, and reagents. But more importantly, is our regional partners. I think the slide doesn't show the top left proportion. But as you can see, we work with multiple countries. There are 5 South Asian and 9 Southeast Asian countries, a total of 14 countries, across a broad range of institutions, almost 40 plus institutions. So these are the institutions responsible or have some say in genomic sequencing capacity, mostly for pathogen surveillance. As you can see, we work with ICMR, but I think having Dr. Anil Kumar here as NCDC representative, we're also very keen to continue the conversations around how India can be actually a leader in this region, because of course capacity and leadership is really great here. And I think that's something that most of the other countries can learn from as well. So what we did over the past a good 1.5 years ago was really to assess the capacity around the region. We looked at 30 documents and tools from all over the globe, WHO tools, other UK HSA tools, etc., to build a framework on basically a country's end-to-end assessment on the capacity. First, we look at the high-level issues around national status, financing, partnerships, and policy and guidelines. And we filter down to lab capacity. What are the manpower needed? What are the machines needed? Supply chain is a big issue, as you know, during the COVID, and it continues to be the same post-COVID. And of course, last but not least, data sharing and quality assurance programs. So I'll not go through the whole data set, but I just want to highlight some of the issues that probably are pertinent to our discussion today. On the left, you can see the financing issue is a big problem. Most of the countries rely on external financing sources. 28% are from public sources, and 13% are from the academic. If you look at the right, almost 70% have expert technical panels. Means there is capacity, there is expertise around the region. Guidelines, just about 54%. Most of the countries have it. But if you look on the far left, only 38% have a strategic plan, including pathogen genomics. And this has been a key theme on the past 2 days on how do we nationalize plans into the budget so that you have a budget for pathogen genomic sequencing. And again, I think Dr. Gray's comment about laying the foundation, infrastructure, etc., to nationalize this. Again, our wastewater panel said that it has to be integrated into a national surveillance system. These are all important points to go through as well. So again, I'll not go through the whole roadmap, but you can see there's a QR code to the roadmap. So basically the roadmap is again the assessment of the whole 14 countries. And outside of the roadmap, you can see actually country profiles, which gives a snapshot on a few countries that have completed the assessment. Again, these are the recommendations. There's a few recommendations to see. And so coming out from this 1 year of assessment, where do we think we should, put our resources to? One of the important things again is laboratory capacity. So we are hosting what we call the Asia PGI Training Academy, which is a physical lab hosted in Duke NUS, working with the industry partners, really inviting scientists and lab technicians and researchers, etc., across the region to come to try different platforms of genomic sequencing. And I think our first training will be in 20th September this month with the Arctic Network. So this is really the work of everyone putting this together, industry, researchers, and also our partners, most important, our partners. But that is the lab capacity. Again, pertinent to this panel is what are the areas around the enabling environment, the policies, the cost effectiveness. So this arm of the Asia PGI work stream, which is called the think tank, on the right, you can see surveillance planning is really important because as we know, genomic sequencing is not cheap. And is there a cost, is there a value proposition for some countries to use it? We have to look at whether it's cost effective, whether it's optimized, etc. So these are the issues that we plan to look at as well. And further on the left, you can see issues around supply chain, law, and also other use cases. So basically, the think tank is really a convening platform to bring together policymakers and technical expertise because we think that there needs to be a platform for these parties to interact, like we mentioned earlier in the other panels as well. So I think that's my last slide. That's it. So I think that my key message is really to build regional collaborations, regional networks. And I think I'm very happy to be here to learn the systems here, the surveillance systems here, and we'll be interested to continue the conversations more with anybody interested. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. So this is what is translating some of these discussions into a structured plan. That's what we wanted them to share, starting with the country assessment on those parameters, the financing, the capacity, the coordination. So for laws, the required laws and policies, where each country is or where each state is, that tells you what is the roadmap. Where you are and what should be the roadmap. I think some of the participants here and the speakers here, I think we can jointly collaborate and extend to the regional thing also. There is enough for each country to learn from other countries. Some of the cost innovative solutions that yesterday were presented in terms of wastewater surveillance. Because you need a template to arrive at what is the financing required. And each country has a different template. I mean, for example, if we were to ask what is going to be the financing cost for Karnataka, if Karnataka were to implement the wastewater surveillance as a part of their surveillance system, what is the cost? Anybody has done that costing exercise? Because the first thing that policymakers ask is how much it is going to cost them. Before they say, are we agreeing to you what you're proposing? So this is the template, I think the framework that any state that wants to use, we can use this type of framework to do a baseline assessment, where the state is, where the country is, and then take it forward. I think the government does all this work through its own policy research, but at the same time, non-state actors, I think there is a voice and there is an independent view and thinking. I think that enriches the whole thought process rather than just saying that this is the policy. So that was thanks, Dr. Young. I think a lot of audience questions may be there once we complete the round. I will invite some of the questions from the audience as well. Before I come to Dr. Anil Kumar, because he has to summarize the policy perspective, I would like to have the civil society voice. Asha, over to you, your perspective in terms of some of the dialogue that is happening as to redesign the overall health system in general, but the workshop focuses on the surveillance system in particular.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Reddy. And good afternoon, everyone. Really happy to be part of this panel and this event as a whole. It's something that we are looking at a lot at Swasti as well. And just by way of introduction to the organization, and I think Dr. Reddy, you also mentioned this. So we are a public health organization, but we focus a lot on working with communities who have historically and traditionally been left behind and, like we've said, suffer from no health system responsiveness. So even about 20 years ago, when the organization was founded, and a lot of the work we did focused around working with key populations, addressing HIV. The feedback that we got really strongly from the community was that all of this is fine. You know, you're telling us all of these things to prevent HIV and how to deal with this, but we have larger concerns, right? We have to deal with, we have to think about where we will get the next meal from, how we're going to earn, how we're going to make a living. Why don't you talk to us about all of these things? So that was clearly the feedback that we got from the community, which is why all the work that we do now is not just a disease specific, and even not just health specific, but we see health as an enabler for overall well-being. So that's the perspective that we take. Now we got into the whole disease surveillance space during COVID-19, and in 2021 again we saw that a lot of our communities were being affected. Our city, the city that we sit in, was also affected, and we really wanted to do something about it. That was our first foray into wastewater surveillance. Now, from the community perspective, of course, there were advantages in terms of the fact that a lot of the data that we were getting from wastewater, by its very nature, was anonymized. So it was a really good pooled perspective that could give us a sense of what's happening in terms of disease trend and the prevalence in that community. But now we know that, COVID is obviously was delisted as a PHIP many months ago, but now we still have to answer the question, now what? And again, going back to the feedback from communities, the sense that we get is that there are going to be, like we've discussed, there are going to be new pandemics, there are going to be new disease outbreaks, and we need to respond to all of it. But something that every one of us, in fact, not just like the vulnerable communities we work with, have to deal with on a daily basis is climate change, which again ties in very well with the One Health, perspective and discussions we've been having. And because climate change again has an implication both in terms of infectious disease outbreak and increase, as well as its ability to exacerbate chronic conditions, including diabetes, hypertension, cardiac diseases, which are also on the rise. We have integrated climate sensitivity and responsiveness across all our programs, and that includes our disease surveillance program. So what we have done is, wastewater surveillance will continue because we also tried it out for influenza, for mpox, and it does have relevance for all of these diseases, but it also has limitations. Not every disease, not every outbreak can be covered or be detected through wastewater. And that is where we thought that we really need to leverage the decades of experience we have, really listening to what people on the ground facing, suffering from these illnesses have to say about what they're facing. Which is why we have branched out to other forms of disease surveillance, GIS based. Again, so not really a novel tool. It's been around for a while, of course, but I think the novelty for us comes from the fact that we are applying it in innovative ways. So we're applying it not just to predict, let's say, the next flood or the next heat wave, but we are also trying to assess vulnerability. So whether we can use GIS to detect what the low-lying area can be, what an area with low drainage is, what an area, that is close to an industrial cluster with really, unsanitary conditions, with really dense settlements, a lot of slum look like, and therefore come up with a vulnerability risk assessment, which can be used by the government, by other policymakers to allocate their resources as well. So that's something that we're doing. The other thing, of course, is participatory surveillance, which again is not new in the whole public health space, but we are using that, again, not just for infectious disease outbreaks, but also looking to see whether we can get those indicators of, worsening chronic illnesses and conditions, like we were talking about, like anemia, it could be blood pressure, a whole series of conditions, from the community. So that is something that we really want to build on. And in terms of financing for all of these, again, so at the global level, even I think at the G20 summits that took place in Indonesia last year, there was some estimation. There was a national estimation of how much an early warning system would cost nationally. Now, even assuming that those estimates are correct, we would still have to again figure out where civil society comes in that whole picture, because like we're saying, there are definitely some strengths and some core capabilities that lie with different stakeholders like the government, whether that's the power to scale, it's the power of mobilizing resources, and even with the private sector in order to undertake surveillance mechanisms like mixed surveillance, to undertake lab surveillance, etc. But again, under the whole collaborative surveillance framework that WHO is talking about, we need to see how civil society can also be mobilized and how that fits into all of these other strengths that other partners and stakeholders bring in, because we have the power of flexibility. We can also complement resources, including human resources, in areas where that's needed. To give an example, so ASHA workers, of course, like in India, are forced to be reckoned with, when it comes to community health programming. But traditionally, rural ASHA workers and other community health workers have a much better reach and have much better success than urban counterparts for a number of reasons. And maybe that is where civil society, community representatives can be mobilized to ensure that when you're undertaking an exercise like participatory surveillance, it's also resourced by other members from the community, building their capacity to undertake this on a frequent basis, on a regular basis, so that disease surveillance is really an everyday occurrence. And we finally reach our goal of health equity for all.
I think that was important to bring the civil society perspective. Just one follow-up question I have, because increasingly we are talking about the community participation and the community engagement. And for the community to participate and engage, they need literacy, the health literacy, the basic understanding of disease, how the disease happens, and how it can be prevented. What is your assessment in terms of the state of health literacy? And is it a policy focus of strengthening health literacy so that the community itself can actually participate in surveillance, can participate in alert mechanisms, and can participate in response mechanisms? Just one point on the specifically on the literacy. That is one thing that comes up across is if you can impart literacy, the level of community participation in the surveillance can be much more automatic. Just your perspective on that.
Correct. Thank you, sir. So one of the things again that we've noticed when it comes to community participation, and again going back to the point about low health system responsiveness, is that a lot of people who don't speak that language, that medical technical language, are hesitant to approach clinics, to approach healthcare facilities, even when they urgently need treatment. So that's always been a barrier. And here I think we can use language in a broader sense, not just like in the language that we speak, but even when you're speaking the same language, the kind of things that you're speaking about can still be different. So I think one thing that we can definitely do is, apart from ensuring, of course, like literacy in terms of like language, the way we, popularly understand it, is also to ensure like a two-way communication and a two-way orientation for doctors, for trained senior healthcare professionals on the facility side, as well as for these communities who have their own language, who have their own concerns, to ensure that they understand each other better. And while, of course, all the capacity building support that we provide to the communities, while it's not going to, we can't work miracles. It's not like if like for their entire life they haven't gone to school, for example, or learned what we do. We can cover that in a span of a few months. But what we can certainly do is ensure that the kind of in the symptoms, the kind of indications that they are seeing within their community, that they are very well versed to pick up on, and that's not, there's no barrier to that, language, no barrier, location, no barrier. So what we need to do is to ensure that that intelligence that lies with the community is reflected in the health system response to it. So I think that's something that we can go about.
Thanks. We'll come to the policy perspective. So one specific question is in terms of because everybody talked about the importance of the starting point of giving the data. The giving the data by the various people, the providers, especially the providers, because most of it is self-reported as with the billion system. And given the fact that the country is moving towards the aim of an integrated health information system at the country level, and can it be mandated to every provider as a part of the National Health Information System mission that they have to share anonymized diagnosis of every patient that they encounter, whether it is a lab diagnosis or a clinical diagnosis? Can this lever be enforced? It is a part of health regulation. It is a part of security of people. And we have so much enforcement of the border security, country security. People's health security is more important than the border security. So in that context, is there a case for mandating every provider to share information? Because that gives you the real time, because that's a standards-based, interoperable, integrated data. We try to use finance lever to adopt the standards-based health information system or health record system. But can we also use the lever of surveillance to mandate the providers to share the data?
Okay, so see, the thing is that we can do that. There are pros and cons of doing that. If you try to impose something on people, especially in health, many times it is counterproductive also. So we have to see from that angle. But is it really required to do that immediately? Maybe we can achieve it very differently. I would like to speak a little bit. We have tools and techniques available right now. We are not using those tools and techniques effectively. We are talking about the government perspective and the people's perspective about we are talking about surveillance. No, government is also what government. Our people, we are forming the government. The politicians also from among us also. We also are part of decision making. the way government taking decision, they involve people also. So ideally, there should not be, this type of, difference that government and others. We are also, part of this. All of us are part of decision making. The problem is, and I little bit, I will be, I try to describe what I want to say. That people are not willing for change. Change is not easy. I mean, it's not that easy to achieve change. 1998, when first time I used PowerPoint presentation at NCDC to train trainees, it was not, appreciated by the colleagues, but later, everybody started doing that. I wanted to bring a GIS mapping for training and for other purposes. So I invited somebody for GIS mapping, one session on GIS mapping, and he presented to all faculty and GIS mapping sessions. It was too complicated; nobody understood anything. And then I started working on GIS mapping myself. GIS mapping is very simple. Shape file, Excel file, you just bring the two files together. This is GIS mapping. 2006, I started working on GIS mapping, GIS mapping based, GIS based surveillance at primary healthcare level. So I did that in West Bengal. So not many facilities available with me. I simply draw a shape file for each and every village, 62 villages in that area myself. And then these shape files are available. And then I had only one data entry operator. So he was entering data for these 62 villages. And you can just create GIS map without any expenditure, no money involved in that. It was so simple and effectively used it to improve the things. Things really improved. So primary healthcare level GIS based analysis. It was in 2006 I did 2006, 7, 8, and without any expenditure. The computer now available, not now, even 15 years back, 20 years back. Computer available all the primary health center. Data entry operator available. Why we could not do that? That is the question. So and then later I started training, state level, district level officer for surveillance officer on GIS. When I told them in 2 hours you will learn GIS mapping, they were not believing. And then after 2 years, 2-hour session, and they started doing themselves, they were so happy. They were joy. They were all you could see their joy. So that was something. No money involved. I mean, hardly any money you have to spend. Problem is when you try to bring all these new things, simple things, it's difficult to implement. If you are not going to spend money, it's very difficult to implement. But if you have to spend crores of rupees, it is easier to implement because somebody is interested in that and he can do a lot of advocacy at all level, at institution level also, at government level also. That will be implemented. But more effective is a simple technology. So I was talking about yesterday the mathematical modeling and all that. You may think that it's a high-fi technology, how to implement it, and no, it's simple. One institution can work on it, spend some money on it, and then you make this technology available at district level, even at primary health center level. Now we are talking about the financing. Now financing may not be, first of all, you can bring cheap technology. This is one thing. Second is that, technology like mathematical modeling tell you that this is the amount of money you are going to spend and this is the amount of money, interest of money you are going to gain. People will immediately accept it. Now when we say that funds are not available for different, different activities in public health. Once you start doing this, funds will be available immediately. Why not? Yesterday, we were talking about the politician. They want to do something which is visible to the public. They are also very intelligent, somebody said, and rightly said. So if they can, say that we spend this much money on this healthcare, on this initiative, and we gain this much, I think everybody will accept it. The public will accept it. So this is how, we can do. Now coming back to your question, we have, still things are available, the artificial intelligence and all that. We can use that technique. We can use it instead of, imposing on them that you have to report it. We make it, beneficial for them. If they report, they will get benefit. Say for example, in National Leprosy Eradication Program, private practitioners, they are not reporting leprosy because of many reasons, because of, the stigma attached to leprosy. But you have to develop, that partnership. You report, we will give you free medicine, MBT. And you can continue to treat case, you continue to charge fees. Do not charge for this MBT, you charge for all other services. This is a partnership. We can develop similar partnership with them. I think that will also work. Otherwise, if you are imposing, then there are many ways. We are in a democratic setup. In democratic setup, imposing and getting the things done is very, very difficult. So, and we can find the way. With artificial intelligence, with, all those tools available, I think we can find out the ways how we improve our surveillance system rather than imposing something. This is my view, sir.
Yeah, no, I asked that question only to provoke that it's a carrot and stick policy. I mean, I think any change management uses a carrot and stick policy. So we need to only customize what is going to work in the beginning, what is not going to work in the beginning. But there may be a state where you have to use the stick. So that's where we are staying. I think take some questions here because a round of discussions which cover different aspects of, I think the audience also may be understanding some of the challenges of how to escalate this into a national level model.
Just to add to that, I think we are already having, we have different apps under which, we can take action. The Clinical Establishment Act. Then we are going to have the Epidemic Disease Act. So we are going to, in any case, we are going to have all those available.
Yeah, so I would like audience to ask the questions just for that.
I have two questions. First, I'll ask you and then you. So you said we need evidence and people generating data. I just want to understand, even what you have heard about wastewater surveillance. Do you think it can ever become part of the national surveillance program? Can it be taken up?
I mean, see, I always, I was talking about the molecular epidemiology of disease also. Related to whatever, whatever tools we have should be part of our national surveillance system. The surveillance system should be, as I understand, the surveillance system should be the most important program or activity within our public healthcare delivery, and it should be the backbone of all the programs, because then we can implement it effectively, efficiently, and this is how. And whatever not only this, there are many other many other candidate activities which we should include for our surveillance program.
Yeah, I guess maybe for some diseases it can be. Yeah. Okay, this is for you. Asha, you mentioned, I know Swasti has a huge contribution to public health, and I'm aware of what you just mentioned. I just want to gauge, like you spoke about the community participation, you gave example of HIV and then COVID and everything. I just want to know, can you give an example? How do you gauge the impact of that in terms of the reduction in disease burden, say for HIV and the governance and the policy part? How does that interplay happen? So that would be very useful.
So yeah, thanks, Dr. Kumar. So yeah, obviously, we know about the position.
Double tap.
Oh, it should be green. Yeah, so you know about the work that we do. And yeah, so I started, with the whole HIV story, just to illustrate how that experience was really central to the philosophy that we adopt right now. And in fact, one of the other things that we have undertaken and integrated as part of our strategic plan for the next 3 years is that while every program will have its own set of metrics, so let's say you have a program that looks at anemia or even HIV, you have programs running that look at that. And they have their own set of metrics to measure impact, to measure success in relation to that disease. But I think as an organization, we are focusing on primary health care, under which, so you can have multiple programs, one for mental health, one for chronic diseases, one for infectious diseases, etc. And all of them will give you, like an impact number. But what we want to measure, also because a lot of the times we're also speaking of the same communities. Because of the way we work, if we've been successful in building that relationship with one community, say in Bangalore, in Kamakshipalya, then we'd like to leverage that that history that we have with the community to try out something else as well. So if we stick to a disease-centric model of reporting back impact, then we run the risk of double counting. So what we have adopted for that is to measure healthy days as a whole, regardless of which intervention you're talking about. It could be the mental health team trying out something, it could be the climate change team, and so on. But what we want to measure at the end of the year, at the end of the project year, is the number of healthy days we've been able to contribute to the community, regardless of the intervention it has come from. And that is a self-reported survey as well. So it would vary from person to person. And that goes back to this idea of building resilience within the communities as well. So let's say, even if I, say HIV itself. So let's say, it's me and another person who is filling out this survey. Now, the other person is more resilient and more confident about handling the disease and about their life outcomes in general, then they would rate their health higher. And I think that is important for us to also capture. I think just to give us a sense of whether we're in the right direction in terms of building their agency and resilience. So that's the approach.
Asha, I'd like to write you about the community involvement in participatory surveillance. Because I work with NACO a lot. So we follow this data very, very closely in terms of what we do. And as you know, right now we are focused on reduction of new infections, which means a lot of community engagement. And I sort of, sorry if I'm diverging a little bit. I'll come back to what I want to ask you once again. One of the problems that we have is how we detect health. Right? For example, you look at me, I'm a paraplegic. Am I healthy? So that's the problem we have with the paradigm of health that we are all trained in. It's a pathogenetic model. It's akin to looking at some machinery, trying to figure out what's malfunctioning, what needs to be repaired, what needs to be replaced. Whereas if you look at it the other way around, which is the cell genesis model or the microarch model, where we are saying as the definition of health is if your attributes, what you have been born with, what you have acquired, and how you interact with the entire environment, allows you to meet the demands of life, then you are at health ease. The converse is disease. So I think that one of the things that we need to be asking is, how does the community itself define their wellness? Are they able to cope with the demands of what their needs are? So then we go away just from a narrow definition of health and well-being to really, livelihood, the environment, one planet, one health. And the concern that I have is in whatever surveillance we talk about, it is our perspective. it's not really truly participatory, which is why I think that I'm curious about whether you've been using techniques like photo voice and other things to sort of get to that perspective. Thank you.
Okay, so that was really interesting. That's one of the reasons again why that we pivoted to capturing healthy days, just to look more at and focus more on the kind of indicators of overall well-being that we spoke about. Now, when it comes to participatory surveillance, the one thing about it is that it's very resource intensive. It's a very simple technology in that sense. It's just a question of having community donors, being in touch with the communities, understanding the signs and the indications that come from the environment, reporting back on that so that further diagnostics can take place. But it's very resource intensive because it's not a one-off. It's not like you can choose one day of the month in which to do it and then be done with it. So it's something that we are piloting. We're actually doing this in Bangalore for influenza. And hopefully we will be able to use that platform again, not just for a specific disease, but to capture any intelligence that rests with the communities that we are unaware of. That's one. Now, with regard to the Healthy Days tool itself, now the challenge is that when we looked at the overall literature that existed in Healthy Days, the most featured and the most popular one, the one with the most literature and backing, was the CDC tool, which is America, which comes from America, and then the European Quality of Life Index, which is this 5-point scale where again you have simple questions about mobility, pain, mental health, and so on. So yes, ideally we would want to improve upon that work that we have started to ensure that we're truly capturing what the community thinks about their own health. But I would say that that is built into our program in terms of just like like I said. So I can give you an example of this flagship program that we have called Invest for Wellness, where we have wellness facilitators who are chosen and oriented from the community, and they are responsible for a set of households in their locality, where again the discussions don't have to be centered around a disease or any particular thing. It can be free flowing. It can be about anything, and hopefully we'll be able to ensure that some of the data, like some of that vast qualitative data that's being generated from this exercise, can be streamlined and analyzed for further input. I think so. That's the challenge we're trying to solve.
What about photo voice?
So I'm not, so maybe I'm not the right person to talk about this, but I do know that the teams in the community have used a lot of exercises, including body mapping, other forms of participatory bidirectional surveys. So yeah, I think I'll take your feedback and pass it on and we'll see what we do.
You have a question? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So over the last 2 days, we've been discussing a lot about information gathering. And I'm also part of a consortium where we're trying to gather data and information. I want to try and get a feel for what is our understanding of a good working model for information ownership and sharing, right? Both in India and abroad, how is it done? Is it the government that's owning that data? Is it the agency that's collecting it, the hospital or centers, or the researcher for putting in for the analysis and getting out the trends and policy recommendations? And how then that data can feed back into the population from which it is gathered? So that kind of a model.
Okay, so you are talking about the data for public health.
The ownership of that data and the responsible sharing.
No, suppose the data is shared by IDSP. So it is our responsibility to keep data, secret to some extent. I mean, not linked to the person, but it is also our responsibility to analyze it, to use for action. So this is our responsibility. The data is being used for action, and if necessary, whenever we are getting request that data may be provided to somebody else, we can provide data also. So it's our responsibility, whichever data we have. And people can get information under RTI. That's the way.
Yeah, I think maybe addressing that question in terms of the ownership of the information. So that's where I think the new personal data bill and other things are trying to address where the ownership rests. So there are two components: personal data, non-personal data. Anonymized data, non-anonymized. So in that context, they're defining who is the owner. If you look at the ABDM construct, the ownership is shifting more into the patient hands, which used to be the provider hands. So that so it's still getting defined who is the real owner of the data. So yeah, I think maybe we need to update ourselves what exactly was passed by the parliament recently related to this data ownership and the data privacy and the data security. We try to address some of these concerns as to who is the real owner of the data. Because who has that responsibility to share or not share? Maybe it's an interesting area to discuss here, Sanjay.
Thank you. During lunch break, I was talking to our friends in pharmaceutical industry. They monitor drug consumption, and they can warn you in advance that this drug is moving out fast. Similarly, in the government system, those of you who have worked closely with the government system across states in India, they have a software called e-Aushadhi, which also looks at daily movement of drug. You know, which drugs are being consumed for febrile illnesses, the paracetamol will start disappearing. And since they monitor it daily, you can look at a more in depth what is happening. You also have a robust system of health management information system, which goes beyond notifiable diseases, which are part of IDSP. So I think we need to look beyond some of these initiatives of private industry in other parts of the government system to get forewarning on what something is happening at the community level, and we need to get more insight into it. Thank you.
Yes.
What is the role of communication in surveillance, and how does, I would ask you to take that up, and how does the community respond to both communication, miscommunication, and discommunication? And how has the recent past thrown up any? Would leave the others to comment after Ash.
Thank you for that, because that's again something that we have thought of and built into this revamped disease surveillance program that we have. Because like I touched upon, you know, when I was first speaking, is that, you know, there are a lot of people out there who are doing prediction modeling when it comes to climatic events, other kinds of disasters, etc. But then that linkage down to that community level in terms of communication that they can understand and therefore act upon is something that we are actively addressing, and we have in the past. Now I can give you again, you know, because I look more in the climate and health space, so I can give you an example from that. Now with the recent heat waves, again, there were advisories that were put out by the meteorological department, and it was on the newspapers, etc. But then at the community level, you know, again, the sense that we got was that they're not able to step out, or the sense that okay, they're not really able to do much about it. They still, go to the fields and fall sick, and then, it becomes part of their everyday life. So what we try to do is build out this advisory, so to speak, but like a guidebook, really a guidebook, a facilitation tool for our community workers to have a discussion with the community, take them through some of the simple, tips and practices, daily practices that they can adopt. Not just, again, from a perspective of, okay, like wearing a certain kind of fabric or avoiding the outdoors at a certain time, which is impossible, but also tips on what to eat, what to drink, and how to take care of their home on a daily basis, so that they're able to adopt that as part of their daily practice. It's something that we're doing now with the monsoon season because we're already seeing, dengue in the news, especially in relation to Bangladesh. We're seeing the rise in other waterborne, vector-borne diseases, etc. So what we want to do is focus on risk communication.
Is there, do you see fear as being one of the, main things that come up when you're making this kind of communication? Because being forewarned is forearmed to some extent, but also being forewarned creates a lot of both mental health issues, crisis management, fear, anxiety, psychosis. So what's your experience?
Good point. Which is why even like in our on our social media platform. So let's say we are getting some intelligence of a disease spike somewhere. Even with the whole dengue situation in Bangladesh, we make it a point of principle to not be alarmist about it. First, at the back end, of course, we triangulate, validate all our data before even putting it out there. But even apart from the data analysis and validation, there are other expert opinions that are taken before we decide to put something out there, and which is what we did during COVID as well. We worked a lot with the BBMP to ensure that everyone, all stakeholders involved, including the people responsible for handling the COVID war room, were on board in relation to the intelligence that we're putting out there. The other aspect is that when you look at vaccination, there is, and this is again something that we all know during COVID, there was a lot of fear and hesitancy when it came to taking COVID vaccines, and there were lots of channels of misinformation spread through, again, local channels of influence. So that is something that we try to bust as well, working through local leaders. It could be faith-based, other influential leaders, local government leaders, to ensure that that communication is dispelled at the right information.
Can I speak a bit about it? See, IEC is one area. This is highly specialized area. But in our healthcare delivery system, we do not recognize IEC as highly specialized area. This is one problem. And IEC is we try to look at IEC in tidbits. If this is happening, we will do this. This is happening, we will do this. There should be overall decision making, national level also, state level also, about IEC. What type of IEC do, and we have to link it with the program. Now, surveillance support, surveillance system. Whenever our surveillance system is indicating this, then there should be some action from some IEC. We do not have right now. We do not have that type of system. And the different programs, they are giving contradictory IEC because there is no coordination. Central Health Education Bureau in Delhi was supposed to do that, but now it's almost non-functional. Earlier, at one point of time, we used to have a system of Central Health Education Bureau, Health Education Bureau, and something at district level, something was there. But that system is not there. I think we need to revise that system. We need to, somebody, there should be a body at national level, also state level. They should decide what type of message to be given, how to respond, and how we have to link this surveillance system with IC message. That is, I think, right.
Yeah, I think this is bringing an interesting perspective because as you explained, the policy formulation is simple, but it's actually operationalizing the policy is more challenging. You repeatedly emphasizing on we have good policies, we have good systems, but at the operation level, that is the challenges. Wherever the government faces these challenges, the community-based organizations, the civil society organizations are filling those gaps. They're trying to fill those gaps. So from, the government is trying to engage these non-state actors, partner with them so that they can complement their efforts. So is there a kind of an institutional mechanism of engaging this civil society and community-based organizations, self-help groups, or the civil society organization, both from a surveillance perspective and the responsible?
Okay. Now, see, the problem is, India is not, we have rural India, we have urban India, and when we have this type of discussions, we at times forget what is happening at at grassroots level. We forget that many of the decision making are when we take decisions, we do not keep that in mind. Rural health is another specialized area about which we do not talk about at all. So what I'm trying to say that at village level also we have a system, we have a panchayat. Now we need to empower panchayat to involve the non-government player at that level, and that is how if we do it everywhere, that will make India with India strengthen India in all the aspects. We are not doing that. We are taking ad hoc decisions, and there are many players, but those players are also having limited reach. There is no coordination between different players. One player is acting in a particular manner, other player acting in a different manner. See, the thing is, as we are moving forward, we will have to strengthen our villages, our panchayat, because there's another issue, and which I should tell you that 25% of our population will be elderly population. 25% will be below 18 years. Only 50% population will be earning in next 20 or 30 years. So this population will be, this elderly population will be in villages. Many of them will not be able to move. So we have to take care of them. It is very difficult to have, resources with us, with the government, to take care of those people who cannot move from houses. So we have to depend on the local, the panchayat level, the people working at the panchayat level, the local bodies. And when we are talking about the village level people, they are contributing in surveillance system, the volunteers. Instead of we are thinking of giving them resources. If you are doing some experiment at local level, then you have to provide resources. But if you make change, behavior change at national level, if you can change the behavior of the people, that they will start reporting all the cases to the sub-center. No resources required. And that is why I'm again saying IEC is one area which we need to strengthen. The communication, the IEC, this is the area. And we need, first of all, we need to recognize right now, public health specialists. They probably take decision about the IEC. They are not the expert. Public health experts, they are not the expert. Communication is very, very different area, different expertise. We have to bring them at a national level and state level.
I make a comment. So just in response to your comment about IEC, I agree with you completely, which is why the NACO, National AIDS Control Organization, has set up a completely different program just to handle IEC. And we are seeing the results of that. The other comment I had for Asha was also, one of our experiences during the COVID pandemic was how to take care of all of the people with tuberculosis in the Dharavi slum, which was our project there. And one of the things that we found very useful is the concept of going out and mapping out all of the available resources. So you could think about it yet another way. What is available, the generalized risk resources available to either individuals or communities. And because we were able to do that, we were able to hook up people who had tuberculosis, paralyzed due to the COVID pandemic, no livelihood, couldn't earn a livelihood. So community-based organizations came to the rescue, providing them food, shelter, support, assistance. So I think that, again, it goes back to, we are, shall we say, making lots of decisions and policies at a macro level. But somehow I think that we need to do a better job of making sure that all of this becomes relevant at the grassroots level within the communities. And a participatory action system. When we talk about surveillance, we are talking about disease surveillance or problem surveillance. We also need to talk about surveillance of generalized risk resources in the community.
Thanks, Vijay, I think, for sharing that experience. Anurag.
Thank you. So my question is for Dr. Yoon. In your study, you did a multi-country study, as I understand. Did you look at any national strategic plans for genomic surveillance? And if the countries did have those, how did that translate to, say, financing or resource allocation? That's one question, one part of the question. The second part of the question is on the duration of the study. Did you see any changes post Ebola? Because that was when a lot of decisions were made related to genomics.
First question, those with national strategic plan for genomic surveillance do have actually have a budget within their national healthcare plan. So I think it's essential to integrate, to have some sort of nationalized, institutionalized plan within the system, so that you can speak to the policymakers to say, this is important, and we need a set of budget for this, whether it's genomic surveillance or otherwise. And of course, wastewater surveillance is part of surveillance as well. So I think that the key is really to how to get countries to understand how to nationalize this plan. And of course, each country is different. Different pathogens require different methods. And the idea is really to find out what is the priority pathogens for each country. It may not be one, it could be a few, influenza, SARS-CoV-2, AMR, etc. So I think some of our frameworks do actually help the countries to contextualize all these problems and put it in the national plan. On the second question, post-Ebola, I think COVID is the real sort of game changer in a sense. Of course, Ebola is important, but I think in this Southeast Asia, COVID was the one, or SARS probably. SARS started off some of these initiatives, but I think COVID really did change how each government looked at surveillance. And I think countries who responded very well to SARS, South Korea, Singapore. I think Singapore, in the nick of time, actually just built their NCID, the National Center for Infectious Disease, just in time that 2019, before the pandemic hit. And NCID was actually a direct response to COVID, to SARS actually. So they have actually researched clinical and public health facilities all in one building. So that's a very interesting model that many countries also want to try to implement as well. Thank you.
I think we are coming to the closure of the session. I just will take just 1-2 minutes to summarize the learning from this session. What I could see is that there is a consensus that we have to think only in terms of one health, whether it's for surveillance or for health system design. The second consensus is, I think, there is a policy push, there is a policy intent, but the biggest challenge is translating into action. I think the operationalizing of policy. So that's where I think at least in India context, the building of the capacity in the administrative setup, I think that seems to be the key issue, more than the financing aspect, or more than the technology being there, more than infrastructure being there. It is the human resource capacity that needs to be. The third takeaway message that came out is that the real need to engage the community, partnering with community-based organizations, partnering with civil society organizations, partnering with private sector, because the whole thought process we only look at from the public health angle, but not from the whole system angle. So that is another message that is coming out, is that. But going forward, at the end of the workshop, I think the interested organizations and the members who participated in person or online, they can express interest to carry forward the dialogue around this subject of how do we bring a blueprint for a national redesigned surveillance system, incorporating with water surveillance, incorporating resource surveillance. So I think if we volunteer and then come up with a blueprint, because I think that initiates some discussion around at a policy level, whether it, and we can quantify also what could be the finances that will be required, and where the finances should be invested more, may not be in infrastructure first, actually, maybe more in the people, building the competence of the people. As I rightly said, there is enough data. If people can be just trained to use the data, at district level or at a panchayat level, we have achieved our objective of surveillance to action. So these are some of the takeaway messages from this workshop. I think we will be bringing out the proceedings in a few weeks' time. We'll be sharing with the speakers for any things that are missed in proceedings or want to add any contribution to that. And we summarize some guiding principles and also some policy recommendations as a part of this dialogue as an executive summary of the proceedings. So that will take forward. And we will also continue with some maybe webinar series to take up some of the issues which in my mind we have left at a little vague level, which needs further exploration and more clarity in bringing that. So with these few comments, over to you, Kumar. I think I did my job well.
As always, Dr. Reddy.
Thank you.
I don't think.
Thanks for attending this, and but Kumar will be completing the proceedings.
It's never easy to sum up such a diverse panel. And if I had to say where we are today from where we started yesterday in the afternoon, we are looking from policy to translation at the grassroots level, from science to data to policy to action. And that's going to be something that's a challenge. And as I was saying at lunch this afternoon to Dr. Farah, that each person could speak for a day and each person could give us more insights on a whole day basis. So if I had about 25 people who graced our panel this afternoon and yesterday, we would have 25 days of such sessions, which would be insightful, which would give us a lot more into action. But these are always beginnings, and beginnings are always with baby steps, which is what we have taken over the last 2 days. We will follow this up. We will keep coming back to you. And also, my friend Vinod, who heads and runs along with Girish, the members and partnerships series of the Global Learning Collaborative, will keep reaching out to you to ask you to become a member, to engage with us, to give us more knowledge, and to enjoy the collaborative learning, this journey that we have been a part of over the last 2 years. I would like to request Dr. Reddy to give away small tokens. Dr. Anil, you can take 3 home or you can give 2 away. I will give you the option. Thank you, Dr. Anil. And I know 3 days of your time is huge, but we are very grateful. Asha, something that you can take back as a memory, Dr. Yoon. Dwayne, you've been silent, but we'll keep coming back to you and for more. So thank you so much for being there. Dr. Mishra, you'll have to do the honors in reverse today, please. The first session, Dr. Reddy, and now you.
No, I know what it is.
Thank you so much. And before, of course, the group photograph, you cannot do that, right? एक 5 minutes. So I have yet another privilege, is to place on record the fact that TIGS has been more than a co-host. I would like to acknowledge Pankaj, Sham, the teams over there that have the volunteer team. They actually did so much heavy lifting that we found it easy to be a part of this campus. Dr. Mishra, if you don't mind, we make some regular arrangements going forward. Heavy lifting also. We'll also co-lift. But I have now the pleasurable task of inviting Dr. Shrikant Kalasar, Senior Technical Specialist, Public Health and Capacity Building, Shrikant is a public health professional and is a trained epidemiologist, currently leading the public health and capacity building initiatives at Access Health International. He has initiated various capacity building programs for EHI. He brings more than a decade of experience in planning, coordinating, and implementing public health research, health programs, and related activities. Shrikant, for you to close and give the vote of thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the generous introduction, Dr. Kumar. I think you have already made my job easy by already thanking the heavy lifters, I can say. So good afternoon all. Good afternoon all the eminent speakers, the scientists, the participants. I can see from the registrations that participants are from various universities, colleges across Bangalore. So I really appreciated that. There are people from medical colleges, from public health institutions, and then on the online as well, we have got many participation and questions. So really thankful to them. We have got this tremendous learning for last 2 days. I would say 2 days because for me at least the learning started the moment I entered the campus. By interacting with eminent speakers, even the scientists from TIGS. We had tremendous tour with your facilities where we learned many new things, what all happening in the space of research and obviously surveillance. So just to sum up, maybe if I can say that how we can maybe get the take-home message from these 2 days is what I understood at least is that everything is interlinked. Everything and each of these areas has tremendous potential of supporting surveillance system overall. For me, at least working in the field of public health in last 1 decade at least, I have never seen this much amount of research or from the public health perspective, we have never given that much importance of all these areas. Even if you take wastewater or maybe the air surveillance or the animal, human, agriculture. So all these areas, maybe we can come together and strengthen the existing surveillance system and support the public health surveillance overall. With that, maybe I would like to, as Dr. Kumar has already invited, I would also again like to invite you all to join the collaborative and join the vertical of surveillance, so that together we can strengthen the surveillance system and learn from each other. Like as I said already, that we got all the learnings from various sectors, various different domain scientists, which I think at least I was hearing first time that, okay, this research is also happening. For example, the mosquito lab, which we have seen, that was like a very different experience for us. So with that, I would like to I would like to begin with the leadership, basically with Dr. Reddy and Dr. Mishra. I think without their support and guidance, this event or this workshop wouldn't have possible. So thank you, both of you, for leading and guiding us. I would also like to thank the core organizing team with Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Uma, Stuti, Varun, Dr. Farah, Sham, and the whole volunteer teams and AV team sitting and coordinating this very smoothly. The technical team, obviously, Menas is there joining online from XSL side, Srimina, Sushma, Anuradha, and the members management team. I think we are also you as an expert to join the collaborative and strengthen the learning. Vinod, Girish. So with this, I guess I would like to sponsors. Obviously, the sponsors which have generously supported this event. With this, I guess I would like to close the ceremony with the permission from the Dr. Reddy and Dr. Mishra. And thank you very much for joining us. And we are looking forward to maybe organizing many such events and learning again. So thank you so much. Yeah, obviously IT, AV and IT department. Oh, sorry, IT. So I thought most of us will be running for catching our flights. So anyways, the high tea will be there, and please join us for the high tea.
Cheers.
Thank you.